see right now. That he's not like,
I mean, 2 weeks ago, you were still like, oh.
Yeah.
Perhaps they're still going to do better.
Okay. I heard Mexican
Jets had a bye or what?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, either they lost or they had a bye, because there was no story. I'm assuming they had a bye.
Yeah. Patriots.
With her presence here momentarily. And yeah, we'll just get things started and see how things go from there. So let's get the deck spread out there for Carly, and we'll get moving along here in just.
Hustler?
25, 50, 100.
You guys are having a lovely evening.
Monday or
Last night.
Oh, really? How do you do?
You sound big early. Like that.
Yeah, I minimized myself, and then we came back there for a moment. All right, so let's take a look here in the chat, see who all is hanging out with us. We got Poker Monkey. Hey, what's going on? We got Captain Underpairs. We got Arena.
He made a really
Skullbone, how's it going, y'all? Frank, hello, hello. Good to see you guys. How was
I mean, it was flipped.
how was the meetup up in Dallas?
And he lost, but it's just like it was a great.
Let's see who else is hanging out with us here. Looks like Kicker Problems joining us. Hey, what's going on? 40 ounces of freedom. Hello, hello.
Yeah, he's battling.
Cool, cool. So the usual suspects welcome in.
Did you come back at all yesterday, Kevin?
25.
Huh?
Oh, did I come back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna start things off with a $25 PLO bomb pot here in just a moment.
Got
You
something
left
in my
stuff.
way.
I left stuff for sure.
We were getting fucked up.
There were a couple of hands. I kings twice and I got cracked.
Kevin.
And we'll also get a peek around the table and see who all is hanging out with us.
10-8 suited. You call
Elizabeth, welcome to the show. Hello, hello.
And he raises me on both times on the flop, and he shows me, or he tells me, oh, I flopped the flush. All right, great.
All right, here we
And
go.
he shows me.
That was our guy in the middle.
Our guy in the middle.
Yeah.
Who's that? And then he flops trip queens.
All right, so I can see
raises me, and
optimized
then he
there
shows
in the
me
one
queen.
seat.
I'm like, all right.
We've got Doug,
That is a straight up marker.
everybody's favorite local Jets fan.
And it is no longer a marker.
Got a pretty big game against the Patriots this week. See if they can continue their hot streak. The JETS, Jets. All right, here we go. Let's get some flops out there and see who smashes them. Ace high on the top board here, a couple of diamonds. And a couple of tens on our second board. All right, so we got Rick joining us over there in the 2 seat, and Robert hanging out in the middle of the table in the 5 seat. And Robert has just flopped quads. All right. He also has an up-down straight draw on top, so really like Robert's hand here, obviously. Flopped wheel here for Preston on the top board. Not a whole lot working on the bottom board. Of course, it's tough for anybody to be working with anything down there, since Robert will win. That's already decided, pretty much. Blake here with some sort of crummy diamonds, and yeah, he's just out of the way. So it is going to be heads up between Robert and Preston going to the turns.
Was it Stanley?
Wow, straight flush for Preston. So we've got straight flush, steel wheel, and quads. What on earth is going on? This is the way we start things off here, TCH Live Thursday.
Oh, 525.
Yeah, Robert pots it. Preston is just like, okay, I mean, I can't lose, so I'm all in, probably.
5.
At some point, you got to
And yeah, we're just trying to figure out, is he all in for 800? I don't know. It didn't actually look like he had 800 there, but I don't know. Maybe we just couldn't see all the chips. But yeah, Preston moves all in. Robert will make the call, and we are going to have 2 of the best hands you can ever make showing off against each other. Top board versus bottom board. The meaningless rivers will go down, and then we'll turn over the cards. Steel, wheel, quads.
sometimes.
And a straight flush.
Sometimes these games play themselves.
Oh man, you love to see it on hand
Can I
number
feel
one.
anything
Can only
bigger?
get better from here. Something? I don't know. We'll see.
One extra five, so in right here.
Extra king
Certainly, if we keep seeing hands like this,
here.
Oh.
it'll be exciting.
Nice hand, guys.
It's always interesting when people make really, really big hands, though, to see if you can get paid. I mean, obviously, in that spot, playing opposite boards, they're just chopping that every day. But I don't know about you guys, but in the few times that I've made a royal flush, or every once in a while made quads, things of that nature, it's kind of tough to get paid. Although with quads, especially if it's like bottom quads, it'll be like a 9-10 jack board or something, and then a couple of fives out there, and you just like have bottom quads. It's like you can get paid on those on occasion, but yeah, the royal flush boards, it's really hard to get paid with the royal flush. Somebody it has to be like a paired board. Somebody has a boat with quads or something. It's like super cooler.
Yeah, 25.
Anyone not good with 25?
Alright, we are going to do the Mando 20.
All right, so $25 straddle will be on, at least for this hand.
I mean, that's like every week.
Mandatory. All right, so the players have decided to make the 25 mandatory here for the evening. Always love to see that. All right, so Preston will get things started here with a fold. A JB over there. Robert here. Going to come in for a call. And Kevin will check his option with some red sailboats. So here we go. Heads up to a flop. Comes king high for Robert to improve to top pair. And with 55 bucks in the middle, he will overbet the pot to the tune of 3x and take it down. So pretty standard play. If anybody is a little bit shocked by this play, get used to it, because that's the way Robert rolls. It can be pretty challenging to play against Mr. Robert, because you actually have like a draw or some sort of hand that wants to see a turn, and you're like, wait, excuse me, how much was that? And yeah, it was 150 into a pot of 55. So it can be really tough to see the turn card that you want to. But yeah, you just kind of have to pick your spots and see how things develop. But he'll also do plenty of just calling and stuff like that. So you will get to see some turn cards every once in a while. But yeah, watch out for Robert hammering it away. Rick here is going to open it up on the button, Queen Jack of clubs. And Robert with a very playable suited connector in the middling department. He'll come along for a call.
He's very nice.
Preston here, Queen 8 off. Yeah, even with the price he's getting, it's a pretty bad hand to peel one off.
Heads up.
It's an oxymoron.
I agree. Beto's not nice.
Here we go. Two players to the flop.
5 check.
Middle pair, up and down, straight draw here for Rick. Robert flops a bad gut shot. No backdoors.
2 bet 100.
Rick here will continue for 2/3. And yeah, if Robert had a diamond out there, I guess he could maybe think about sticking around, something like that. But as it stands,
Kevin taught me about her.
a 9 would not improve his hand, so he's just going to get out of the way. Rightfully so. Mo the Cat here says he's hoping that I would commentate on the bigger game and play in the 510 stream. Yeah, no. If we had bigger games here in Austin, I would certainly love to call them.
It's hard not to focus on.
And it's always a possibility to chime in on some of the Dallas streams where the bigger games tend to happen.
550
But,
double straddle.
yeah. So right now, just been calling these Austin games and not playing in them quite as much.
550.
Every once in a while, I'll jump in the 2-5, of course, on Monday stream.
Scanner's kind of
It's always fun.
1 fold, 2 fold, 5 fold, 6 folds.
All right. Folds all the way over to JB.
9.
He will complete. Doug will check his option, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. A couple of sort of crummy blind hands here, but there's a jack right in the window for Doug to take the lead with top pair. Well, he already had the lead with overcard, but there we go. Pair of jacks.
9 bet.
Carly tries to get the board to read in. There it goes. JB checks it over. Doug will bet. And yeah, JB, similar situation to before with a bad gut shot. Just going to go ahead and dip out. Doug will take it down and show the deuce because, you know, if you have a deuce, you always want to show it and be like, yeah, I'm getting wild and crazy over here. Out of the blind when I checked my option. And then just bet and won. Pretty crazy Doug over there betting with his deuce.
We got body bag yesterday. Set over set.
So talked with producer David here when I came in, and sounds like we've sold something around 70 cabins on the poker cruise for this coming March. So we've got a pretty good turnout already. There is still time to get yourself a cabin and get in on the fun. But don't wait too long, as those cabins are starting to become few and far between. If you want to come and hang out with me and some of the other TCH crew, some of the staff, and of course all of you fine folks from the chat out on the high seas, place the cards, and get out and explore the Gulf. And you should join us. All right, so raised 55 by Rick. JB makes the call. Doug here is going to complete out of the straddle. And we're going to go 3 players to a flop. JB here first to act.
We didn't really know each other.
Flop comes 8 high, a couple of hearts.
Like a random 5-10.
Yeah, it was a random 5-10, yeah. And it broke like in 1.5 hours
9
or something.
bet 75.
Yeah, the old pit
Wesley
board.
decided we were all in.
Doug here going to go ahead and lead
Yeah, I remember him leaving, yeah.
for 75, about 1/3. And I don't hate this idea. I mean, your hand like kind of sucks. If you could just win right now, that would be great. And you know, this is sort of the board texture that's going to favor you completing from the straddle more than your opponents. That is for sure. So I don't hate the lead there. And for the small size, he can either just pick it up right there, or you know, set the price here. It doesn't have to face a large bet from Rick in position. But of course, Rick not going anywhere, and JB sticking around as well. Here we go, check, check, and Rick not going to bet the pair of 8s with the top kicker. And after that action, JB is going to pounce on this. Comes firing out 2 1/4. Doug will run for the hills, and I think Rick's got a pretty standard call here. He has the ace of hearts, so that is going to interact with some of JB's sort of flop float type hands. But yeah, I mean, for this price, you just can't be folding the second pair with the top kicker there. Rick does make the call. He's going to ship the pot, and yeah, I mean, a little bit speculative there from JB. I guess he just kind of thought like, well, nobody's really betting here. Maybe there's some missed draws, like some ace-5 or 5-6, or you know, just some stuff like that up there. And I only have the king of hearts, so there are some like ace of hearts, X type combos, whatever. Maybe people will just fold that crap. But of course, we see Rick over there lurking, pair of 8s, not going anywhere.
What are you going to do, fold your set? No. You're never folding. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just a coup.
Yeah. I mean, I could have folded 9 instead.
Looking back in the chat here, Patrick F says, flop top pair, go 3x pot. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. That is how Robert rolls. So we'll see much more of that here, I am sure. All right, $25 straddle is on. Rick will get out of the way.
5 call.
Robert is going to call. Rick here folding the king 9 suited. All right. Not a believer from under the gun. A little snug, I would say. Caitlin is on her way, Pokemonkey, so she'll be with us momentarily. All right, here we go. 4 players to a flop as Blake squeezed in there as well. Ace and a couple of deuces out there. Robert's hand not scanned in, but as we can see of the card scanned right now, I was going to say Doug is in the lead, but no, JB and Blake both going to pick up a pair of 8s to go with the deuces on board. They'll both be playing that ace kicker, of course, so they are looking at chopping this up. Robert going to stick around, so he seems to have something, perhaps spades. 9-8 in the muck. And it's down to just Robert and Blake. Spade on the end, and Blake will check. Robert quickly checks back, and here we go. Pair of 8s for Blake is going to take maybe, what, half the pot? We're chopping this up? Okay, yeah, Robert had 9-8 as well, so wow. The case 8 coming off there on the turn, and those players will split the pot? Spit the pot? No, just split. Joe, hey, what's going on, man? Things are good. Good to see you. Jeff, what's going on? Welcome.
Yeah, because set over set. So that means set over set.
All right, so it's early. We're only on hand number 7 here, but JB stuck the most, 455.
Most serious table I've ever been at. No talking, no anything.
When there is a set.
Everyone either pros or pretending to be pros.
That's what I heard. So that means
Very, very bad.
Do you want to give a shout out to the 100K guaranteed tournament that is running through this weekend into the weekend down in spring? You can find out all of the information for that tournament on the TexasCardHouse.com website. But if you are in or around the spring area down there near Houston, go ahead and pop in, get yourself in on the action. We've starting flights all through the week, leading into a day 2 on Sunday. Get yourself a piece of that 100K plus prize pool. All right, Kevin here going to raise it up with the ace 4 of clubs. Makes it 100 to go. Blake will call from the big blind. Queen Jack of diamonds, and a couple of jacks there for Blake. Just about as juicy a flop as you can imagine. Kevin here with the overcard, the backdoor clubs. He is going to c-bet this for 1/3. Let's see if Blake pounces on this right away. I think he should, because if Kevin has any sort of pair plus, backdoor straight draw, flush draw, any of those sorts of hands, he's going to have sort of a lot of equity that he's going to want to realize and stick around. So you can build the pot now. Blake agrees. He does go for the raise, takes it up to what looks like 350, 375, and of course the ace 4 clubs quickly going in the muck. Pretty standard there. I mean, it's just a good board texture. If your opponent does have like pocket 5s or pocket 7s, you know, something like that that is also going to be in the big blind calling range, you know, they could definitely think about calling one street and then probably shutting it down on your second barrel. So you could always, you know, bet the 75 if your opponent goes for the check call and then checks the turn, which is pretty much anything. You just size up, and they're going to have to fold out a ton of hands. So just didn't quite get to that point for Mr. Kevin.
No, that's what it means. Like, she must have some.
Okay, never mind. I got it. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 raised to 1.
All right, JB here in the cutoff. Gonna make it 110 to go with the king queen off. Sizable 4.5x open
5 call. Heads
on
up.
Robert's big blind. Sorry, straddle. He's gonna go ahead and make the call. We can see one of his cards is the Jack of Hearts. Couple of hearts out there, ace high. So JB here, nut, no pair. Quickly checks back. And everything's frozen up for me. Not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or what, but everything is frozen.
Yeah, we're frozen over here too. Shit.
Okay. Apparently, Streamlabs has had an issue, or the RF Poker thing has had an issue. Yeah. It looks like I am just staring at myself on the screen. And so are you guys. So we'll try to get this figured out here in a little bit. But yeah, at least for now, I'm just going to ramble away, I suppose.
Dude, yeah,
Not even sure. Let me know in the chat if you guys are still seeing the stream and seeing me and everything. Okay, Jeff says you can see it. Maybe. Okay, very good. Well,
Yeah.
this is our life. Can see my Topo Chico. Yes, indeed. Delicious beverage right here. So, you got any questions for me? Drop them in the chat. We'll just do a little Q&A and
9 rings, 8
All right, 1 and 2.
okay, you can hear the table sound now. Okay, I cannot hear the table sound, so that's
5, 4, 6, 4.
yeah, strange. Yeah, because I'm completely shut down. So let's see if I just open the RF app again. I don't know. Probably gonna break something.
9.
Let's see here. Jeff says, "What's your next tournament?" I will be going down to San Antonio this weekend to play.
Thank you.
No, I clicked the RF Poker app or whatever, and it just says connecting to RF table.
I can't sit there and do something like that for 2 hours.
Heads up.
Now
Anyways, not exactly sure what's going on. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Well, we're going to chat with producer David here in just a little bit. We'll see if he
All right, it is a Bomba. Thank you so much. Bomba, Annie up
help
to
me
the
get
Bomba.
things sorted out over on this side.
8 fold, 9 fold. 1 raise to 75. 2 call, 5 raise.
Oh, let's try this here. Oh, wait a minute.
6 fold.
Oh, okay. No, I've got things happening.
7 fold. Heads up.
All right,
1 down,
8.
110.
Players. 8.
Two call.
Seven players.
One shot.
20 is the bet. No, gentleman is coming back. It is. Thank you very much. He will be back.
One
All right, 3 players. 3
Two
players.
check, showdown, please.
Kind of jack.
Unmute this.
Yeah. That's 1 pair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Showdown, please. Queen eye flush.
550, double straddle.
$5 penalty.
I should be getting
Someone's gonna take it. Here's the queen.
It took me in green chips of
Thank you very much. Thank you.
1 raise to 200. 9 call, 3 players.
All right. 2 to go. Race 20.
9 check.
Three players.
1 bet 310. 5 call, 9 folds, heads up.
30. 30 is the bet. Illegal, sir. Thank you.
1 check. 5 bet 400.
There's a live $10 strap.
Any idea what his menu's from? We have a little marketing guru that's designed it at different restaurants.
Maybe you beat
One
me.
raise.
Their career chicken is really good. Korean chicken. It's gonna be 20. Live 10. Thank you very much. 20 total. No, it's not very spicy at all. Three players.
1 is all in.
Great morning. Or, yeah, sorry, evening. My morning, your evening. Open seats on 9. Total bet is 35. 35 is the bet.
5 folds.
Right? Thanks, sir. My pleasure. Yes, we can. One bet.
No 50 play?
There's 8 king.
And put the 50 in.
I would love to play 5, 10, 25, 50.
Thank you very much.
Are we doing that?
No, it's optional.
I'll splash this time. Duh.
Live 50 double straddle.
I've already given you 2. Thank you. There's a live $5 strategy.
Thank you. 2 call. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Live 5.
8 folds. 9 call. 1 check. 3 players.
All right, we have 3 players. 3 players.
9 check. 1 check. 2 check.
All right, 3 players.
Still round beat.
And 3 players.
9 bet 95. 1 call. Two folds, heads up.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Thank you.
One check. A 9 check.
There's a live 10, live 10. Okay, I'm sorry, Jeff, I apologize. You were announcing the live 10. I'm sorry.
25,
10 to go. I know, but
Pretty good hand.
have one job to do.
Pretty good hand there.
Head out.
Good.
Alright. Happy I didn't get
Another hand.
blasted.
Okay, come see each other.
I thought I had outs. I had outs to overbet the pot 2 actually, and just jammed.
You were airballing on that turn, weren't you?
Pretty good hand. I mean, you're like blocking everything, but I had a pretty good hand.
I was just hoping you had the heart draw. That heart would feel off.
5.
I did have a hard drop.
Why?
Yes.
Just one time, Daddy.
Heads up, 2 players, 2 players. First back. 30. Oh,
2 raised to 80.
heads up.
5
55.
call.
55. Oh, showed up.
6 call. 7 fold. 8 call. 9 call. 1 fold.
Thank you very much. All right, 1 and 2. Live 5 is on. Live 5, $5 strategy.
5. 8 check. 9 check.
Live 5.
140.
Live 5 to go. It looks like 50.
5 call. 6 fold. 8 call.
Heads up, 2 players. Action is over.
9 raise. 950
25.
total.
Heads up. Showed up.
Fold. 5 fold. 8 fold.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, 2 to go.
Should be the 25 grid.
All right.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Blake?
Heads up.
We are going to my cousin's house. She lives in New Braunfels. They bought this Airbnb down there, and they have a bunch of like individual units that they, let people stay at. Yeah. So at Thanksgiving, they just let all the family come down and use them.
That's cool. Good.
So it's kind of
One and the other one.
are you going to see any family or anything?
Yeah, I'm flying back to Chicago. My mom and older sister are there, so that's like my usual tradition. So I'll be there like Wednesday to Friday next week.
Cool.
Or Monday to Friday next week.
All in.
So I'm just gonna be like cold as fuck. I'm not looking forward to that.
How long are you gonna be there?
I fly in like Monday afternoon, fly back Friday afternoon, so 4 nights.
2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't want to be there that long.
Taking off work.
I took like half a day, so I'll just like wind up work at my mom's house and then go out with like friends and family, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I used to go for like a
You
week.
get the 125.
Heads up, 2 players.
80. I feel like it's hard to stay with my parents for like that long.
680.
To try to be like boss.
Bet.
No, that's longer than I would say
Yeah.
for sure. 4 days. 3 days is like my upper limit.
Yeah. Are you traveling home too?
Maybe. Still don't know.
Yeah.
Heads up, 2 players.
I didn't book till
And then JB.
earlier this week.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't think I booked my flight till earlier this week.
Yeah.
Like didn't know what I wanted to do. I mean, I was in good, but
Yeah, if I go, it's just gonna be for probably 2 days.
What time? Twice, sir. Good twice? Twice?
Twice.
It is a bomb pot. Handing up for the bomb pot. If you'd like to be able to.
It's still showing white as a hand, but like,
Bomb pot.
I don't have a pair. I don't have.
yes, we are.
Oh, shit. Let's go.
All right.
I can't play the club. And I folded king, queen. I'm on club.
yeah.
It was awesome. He's looking for a 10.
Fucked off straight. 7-8.
Nope. Look at that.
I'm one time only. Got it.
You're one time only?
Yeah, on stream.
All right, 8 players.
I don't know if I've run it twice on stream before.
That's it.
One time, fuck it.
You don't have a choice, man. Tell me one time.
Get here.
I mean, we don't get it all in. We get it all in, like, not very often.
It's a tricky double.
No better time.
Tricky,
than the present.
tricky double.
Alright.
Good. I guess, man. I thought of calling too. King, queen, yeah.
You would have
That's
did.
probably the only reason I didn't. If you hadn't been there, I probably would.
Squeeze.
Yeah, whatever.
Squeeze ISO.
You don't buy that?
I don't buy that.
Wow. It's disrespectful.
You're up early, you're just gonna...
Put those 50 straddles on.
Yeah, that's honestly.
That was a one-time thing, though.
Probably
Don't-
more likely to be a punt job than when I am up. Okay, good. This is fine.
All blind.
I had two.
Blind 25.
This is now.
Bet is 25.
6,
100.
9 raised to 75. One raised to 300. 2 fold.
All right, some of you be happy with
5
us. On the
fold.
last hand, we got 7 coming in.
9 fold. Heads up.
You don't want to hear it.
You don't want to hear it?
We don't want to hear it. No excuses, man. No sympathy.
Sure.
Not on stream.
Show up.
1 bet 210. Kevin's really after y'all today. He's like all in that holiday spirit yet. 5 call.
The Grinch of TCA.
We should have forced him to eat that Christmas cookie.
Button stays there. You are going to have a dealer change bomb pot coming in. Dealer change bomb pot.
Alright, you make a
Everybody,
nip
thank
poll, you have to
again very
explain to
much.
all the
Have fun.
viewers. You don't have to explain to us.
You guys know.
Yeah,
Nice hand, Robert.
Thank you.
Was that you?
You're 10. Please scan your card, Robert. Please scan it.
Over there.
Scan.
Scanner.
Scan your card.
I got him. Thank you. 7 raised to 75. 8 call. 9 call. 1 call. 2 call. 5 call.
Yeah, yeah.
6 call.
I wasn't, yeah, I was playing like 200 when it happened. I was like, yeah. It happened in like
3 players. I think it's
let's say
5 check.
fourth over edge and then he lost again. But he has
7 10. 150.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know how that did it, but okay. My goodness. Yeah. So my screen keeps freezing up over here, and then random things sort of break. So
I like the balance
it's
of it. It's not just like
annoying.
It's like half life.
But at least I'm working now.
I never thought I was going to make a decent hand history, like instructional blog.
All right, so 3 players to a flop here. Robert with Queen of Diamonds, Preston a couple of 8s, and what looks to be the best hand.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned you were at that.
If I'm not mistaken, it's a Caitlin
500.
with a lovely hat. She is going to take a seat over there in, I guess that's the 4 seat? 3 seat. All right, Robert here does make the top pair on the turn and blasts a healthy wager into the middle. Everybody gets out of the way, and he'll take this one down.
What's your turn exactly? 20?
All right, so welcome to the stream, Caitlin, and still 1 seat remaining if our man Jay Wynn. Let's cruise on down and snap that
Give
up.
her the shot so she can buy it.
Yeah, how much?
Oh, we can't buy it?
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, Caitlin gonna have to sit one hand out.
So you're
RF Poker gets grumpy if you try to, have someone buy the button and sort of move the action back or whatever. Just a little bit of a hiccup, but we'll get her in the game next hand. She's going to buy in for 2.5K. Get started. And it looks like she's getting a little caffeine in the system there as well. So we'll see how Miss Caitlin can run. Nice. All right, folds over and around to Blake in the cutoff. He'll open this up. Queen, Jack of Diamonds. And Robert with a small suited connector. I presume he'll take off the flop for 75.
No, we went to celebrate Cameron. I'm sure you were invited. Everyone was invited.
Kevin here in the big blind. He'll complete with a Jack 10-0. And Preston is out of the way. So here we go. 3 players to a flop.
3 players.
Kevin playing man in the middle. Blake in position with the betting lead. Jack in the window. King 9 behind, a 2-tone. So middle pair and a straight draw for both Kevin and Blake. Robert here has completely whipped this.
Yeah, it took me a minute. That was definitely a big goal of mine.
checks to Blake. He will bet half pot here. Sort of see what's going on. If he can take this down right now, so be it. And if not, he is going to have some options on the turn to just sort of check it back and take off the turn. Kevin here is going to check raise to 400 with the middle pair. Backdoor spades as well as the gut shot straight draw. This is a bold play, but he does sort of, he blocks middle set, he blocks top two, and he blocks the flopped straight with the queen 10. Blake here not going anywhere just yet for the small size, and it'd be very interesting if we have a blank card here on the turn. That is not a blank, as it completes the front door flush. And now Kevin, with that 10 of spades, see if he continues to put his foot on the gas. He's the effective stack of 2.1K, so SPR is 2. Standard play here would be to bet something like 600, set up a river jam for a 2/3 sizing. 2/3 turn, 2/3 river. Kind of the way the solver tends to play these situations. So let's see if he settles on somewhere around 600-700. Instead, Kevin's going to go for this very small size. He's going to make it look like he's milking his opponent. So goes for a 1/3 here. This is a little bit curious because I guess if you had like a set of 9s, maybe you would do this too. So Kevin kind of trying to pick this smaller size here to make him look like he's got this very strong hand. He doesn't want his opponent to go anywhere. And giving himself, I guess, a slight overbet jam on the river. Very slight. I mean, basically just a full pot jam on the river if he wants to go for it. Blake, you're facing this small size, 1/3. He's going to get out of the way. So Kevin here getting the job done with the tiny size. All right. I love it. Well played, Kevin. Spicy.
I'll take that.
I mean, if Blake has like king queen there, right? That would be the interesting thing. It's like, how does he play that? Does he just let the top pair go? I think for 1/3 he can't. Whereas with the second pair and the gut shot, maybe it just feels like I'm just sort of torching my money, and I have so few ways to improve my hand that it doesn't even really, make sense for me to continue to a river and face a big bet there. So yeah, well played, Kevin. All right, $50 straddle is on. Caitlin is in the game and already finding some napkins. She'll release. Robert will limp his button for 50. Kevin going to come in for the squeeze. King, queen off. Blinds and straddle are out of the way. Let's see if Robert wants to take a flop with the ace 5-0. He does. So here we go. Kevin going to have to play this one out of position. Doesn't have the betting lead. And there's our Jack High Badoogie flop. Kevin with 2 overcards and the gut shot. But he's going to check it over to Robert. This is dangerous. Robert will hammer these sorts of spots, and he does 500. And Kevin is going to have to fold all of that equity. I mean, Robert, quote unquote, with the best hand there, ace high, was good, but having to fold the 2 overcards with the gut shot, I mean, you've got 10 cards to improve on the turn. That feels pretty bad. Honestly, I think I would have liked to have seen Kevin c-bet that. And generally speaking, like if you're worried that your opponent has connected with the board, you can sort of bet like a middling size. If you bet small and they've actually connected with it quite well, they're just going to raise you because they're like, oh, you're betting small. Like you probably don't have shit. But if you bet like half pot or something, right, and somebody's flopped top pair, they're probably just going to call. They're in position. Like what do they need to raise you for? That you just keep betting. You get to see that turn card for maybe 250, 300, something like that. And hell, maybe he just folds, right? I mean, he's got ace high. Like, I mean, we can see that, but
The bigger one, but I didn't see.
checking it over against an opponent that will pounce on weakness. Definitely a recipe to get bullied. All right, Robert here going to limp the cutoff with 9-4 off. Maybe a 49ers fan? I'm not sure. JB will limp as well. Needs to get a refund of his 10 bucks. And Doug will check his option from the straddle, 3 players to a flop.
He probably plays more hours.
All right, here we go. Jack 7 deuce. The most disconnected board in history. Nobody hits it. Queen on the turn improves no one. And JB will just take a little tickle stab at this and see if he can drag the pot, which he will. Actually did just have the best hand with King 8 high as well, so take her down.
Like if he puts in like a 16-hour day twice a week where he's like nose to the grindstone.
Yeah, you have
work
work
done.
Not working that many hours.
Doug there supporting the New York Jets regalia.
I'm trying to be that style of worker where I'd rather
We take a look at the earnings here. Doug up 30 bucks. Blake's up 1,000, or a little over 900, I should say. Did take a bit of a hit against Robert in that that hand that transpired a little bit ago. Captain on repairs here is noticing that so far Robert limps a lot. Yeah, Robert loves to play hands, so he will get in there with a wide variety of holdings and very frequently will get in there as a limp or a flat call of an open. Doesn't do a ton of raising himself. This is just sort of, you know, my experience with the man. And, you know, then the fireworks happen after the flop where, you know, if you show weakness or if he has a good top pair hand or something like that, I mean, he will just absolutely hammer it. All right, raise to 60 from Caitlin here, suited middling connector. Robert makes the call, and now Preston waking up with queens on the button. He is the shortest stack here with just over 700. So he is going to raise this up. 225 to go, a little 4x, which is pretty standard raise size in position. Caitlin is out of the way. She's like, yeah, you just don't have enough in your stack for me to really mess around. And Robert is going to be in here as well. I think I would have liked to see her call with the 9-8. I mean, I understand the fold for sure. Preston with only 500 behind it sort of screams like I have a really good hand and very likely to just get all the money in on the flop. Like 9-8 suited can give you some playability. But yeah, I mean, I guess I take it back. Like, and you know your opponent is probably just jamming, which he does not. He bets 200. Which, I mean, is perfectly fine. If you jam, you're getting called by all the kings, and your opponent's folding all of the worst hands. So let's bet some amount that is not all in and hope to get a worse hand to call, which does. Robert peeling off a turn. 9 of clubs, no help. And now Preston will probably just put his last 300 in there and be like, I don't know, I guess if you have like ace 7 or something like that, like, maybe you just put in the call. The fact that Robert has not snap called here for such a small bet into the pot as it is, I mean, I think Preston can feel pretty good about his hand. Robert will release the ace high. And Preston won't get anything extra, but that'll move him up over 1K. So that's pretty good. Yeah, into positive territory there, buying in for 1,000.
Like if I want to lose.
Dug up some Taco Bell money. Everybody else stuck besides Blake. And those two gentlemen.
I don't know. Like I'm spending Thanksgiving with just my parents. I need to get drunk with my 80s.
That's some weather developing around the northeast here, huh? The Buffalo and Cleveland game getting moved over to Detroit. So I guess there's like 6 feet of snow, something like that coming through, 4 to 6 feet. Damn. I have been in Buffalo during a massive snowstorm. I had a rental car. I was up there doing some work at a laser facility. And over the weekend, I got together with a buddy. We hopped in my rental car. It was like this little, I don't even know what it was. It was, you know, one of these sort of weird boxy little things. You know, it looks like you're driving a lunchbox around. And we drove through this massive blizzard through Buffalo over to the Seneca Niagara Casino to go play a poker tournament. That was one hell of a drive, man, I'll tell you what. All right, there's poker happening. We've got Rick here with a couple of ladies. Kevin looking at a call with the King 10 of diamonds. He will make that. And Doug with the King Jack of clubs is going to make the call as well. So here we go. 3-bet pot, 3 ways. Ace 7 deuce 2 tone. Couple of clubs out there for Doug. He's working with the nut flush draw. Rick here not going to love the fact that there's an ace out there. When you have pocket queens, pocket kings, it always feels like that ace is coming. But with 800 in the middle, Rick is going to fire out a wager 3 1/4. Kevin is out of the way immediately, but now back over to Doug. 1100 now in the pot, 325 to call. Let's see if he goes for a raise here, and if he goes for a raise, it might just be an all-in. Just put Rick to the test and be like, if you don't have an ace, you probably fold. If you do have an ace, you know, like maybe we just go for it and see what happens. So yeah, Doug stuffs it in here, and back over to Rick, and this, you know, just makes your stomach sick. You're like, oh, come on, man. I got queens over here. There's an ace out there. This dude's ripping it in. This sucks. And calling off in spots like this is really tough, right? Like, even if you're like certain, reasonably certain that your opponent is doing this with a flush draw, because like what kind of aces does Doug have? I guess like his best ace is probably just ace queen. And you hard block that too with your 2 red queens. So is he going to do this with ace jack? That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So he probably just doesn't have an ace. He's on a flush draw. He's on a flush draw. We got a pair. We're good. Rick here. I mean, a lot of people would just snap fold here and just like sort of, you know, oh, well, I guess I'm clearly beat. Rick, obviously, putting things together, recognizing that Doug can just have a flush draw here. Does let it go, though, and Doug gets to breathe a sigh of relief. He's like, yeah, no, I just was happy to win right there. That's for sure. So nice little pickup there from Doug, profiting nearly 900.
Huh?
Doesn't have to see a turn or a river.
Yes.
That's certainly the, you know, power poker right there. Just pushing people out of the way when you have big draws. You never have to even realize them. You don't have to get there. Captain Underpairs wants to know, should Doug have 4-bet preflop? King Jack suited is really not a very good 4-bet candidate. If you're going to take some of these like King High type hands and 4-bet them, I mean, you can. So King Jack could be a reasonable 4-bet candidate. I just don't see it very often. I don't think. I mean, if the solver does it, it's probably just at a very low frequency. You know, the solver will typically take a bunch of different hands and 4-bet them at a very small frequency. But just to have a lot of sort of coverage, board coverage for your 4-bet range. I just don't think that that's. I don't think that's a play that you're going to want to do too often. I'd have to remember exactly what the arrangement was. I know Doug was on the button, right? Or was he small blind? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Let's see. I guess I could figure it out from this right here. Doug is now on the button, so he was in the small blind. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably just better to play that one as a flat. I mean, you've got a pretty good hand. Having to fold and not see the flop would be pretty awful, but you are just playing out of position, so yeah. 4-bet not unreasonable either. Caitlin here flopping the best hand. Robert backing into an 8, though. That is going to be best if he can make the call. Looks like Caitlin here gonna bet 3/4 pot on the end with the 3rd pair, 4th pair. So she's turning her hand into a bluff. She gets Robert to fold the 8. And Rick now with the pair of 7s, no kicker, is going to release, and Caitlin will take this one down. Having the 10 there, right, she interacts with the 7, 8, 9, and the queen quite well, so she can represent the 10 jack, you know, and such. But I'm not sure if a 9 should fold there. I guess, you know, it's going to be tough to have a 9 that isn't a 2 pair or that has a good blocker because it's straight. So does Ace 9 ever fold there? Does King 9 ever fold there? I'm not sure. For that size.
His name is Shlomi, like his actual name. She's like, that's not Jason, whoever, whatever, right? And I was like, no, it's Shlomi. Kevin loves it.
Yeah, so the fact that, just going back to that hand there, the fact that Doug was in the small blind and Rick was in the straddle, there are certainly some interactions. The dynamics between those players and the hand ranges are pretty interesting, but like, actually, didn't Doug just flat the open from Kevin anyways? So Kevin open, Doug flat, and then the 3-bet from the queens, and then the call, right? So Doug definitely shouldn't 4-bet in that situation because he just called the original open. So you certainly can't be 4-betting at that point. Your hand, you just never have aces or something there. There could have been an argument made for 3-betting Kevin's initial open, certainly. But I think calling there is very reasonable as well. Caitlin here just going to bet on the flop with her king high and take it down. I haven't done any gambling yet. You know, I'm going to go ahead and fire it up. All right, Doug up the most, a little over 900. Blake hot on his heels. Preston and Caitlin up a little bit. Everybody else stuck. And 27 here as we are an hour into the program. Ooh, a 95. I'll take it.
What would it like bother me? Why? Feel less like a man because you made me feel scared like a baby?
Okay. All right. Got a little bit of an issue coming up here in a couple of hands, but we'll do our best to work through that one. Don't think it'll slow us down or anything. Just a misread, perhaps. We'll get there in a moment. Right now, we do have what looks to be Jay Wynn joining us, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Shlomi. Sorry. I assumed that our next player would be Jay Wynn, but that, just from the hands there, it's Shlomi, actually.
3 check, 5 check, 6 check.
All right, we are an hour into the broadcast, so there we go. Time for a bomb pot.
2 check.
Robert here with a sizable chunk of the equities as we check through on the flop. 5 of spades pairs the board on top. King of spades on bottom completes the royal, if somebody were to have it. JB sitting on the queen of spades, naked queen of spades. does have a jack as well, so does have Broadway down there, but is dead. So somebody has the spade flush, of course. Robert with the 9 high spade flush and up and down straight draw. A little bit of a wrap sort of situation for him on top. He does bet the pot for 200.
8 folds, 9 folds, 1 call.
JB, Doug out of the way. Blake here going to make the call as he has trip 5s on top. Now has a full house, 5s full of aces, and 3 pair on bottom. So if we get to showdown, Robert will win the bottom board with the 9 high flush, and Blake the top board with the 5s full. Robert checks it over. Let's see if Blake tries to push Robert out of the pot by going for a $600 bet. He does. Bets the pot, and now Robert put to the test here. He has squad douche on top. He now has to just say to himself, is the 9 high flush good enough? There are 2 spades on the top board. He has 2 in his hand. So not a ton of spades left out there, but he's only banking on the bottom board here as he's literally playing 9 high on the other board. Robert, though, is not faint of heart, and he will make the call. He will get half the pot.
There's a spade flush on the bottom.
And there you have it. So hack this thing up, and both players will win $75 after getting 900 apiece into the pot, or thereabouts. Gotta love the PLO bomb pots. Pile in all of your money and then win the antes, or get half the antes.
How do you spell it?
All right, so back to 2-card game. As the NFL Thursday night game is popping off here.
Yes. No, $15. He's playing short tonight.
In the next minute or 2. I don't have anybody playing in my fantasy leagues. And I am just sort of hanging in there, middle of the pack in both my leagues. I'm 5-5 in one and 6-4 in the other one. So it's this game and next week that really sort of decide like who has a real shot at making the playoffs and who is pretty well toast. I am definitely not going to win my division in the league where I'm 5-5. So that one I need to pretty much win out so that I have a good enough record to advance with a wild card spot. The other one I still have a shot at winning as I'm tied for the division lead, 6-4. Don't know if anybody cares whatsoever, but you know, I think it's exciting and there's some good money on the line as well. All right, folds over to Shlomi. He's going to call. Robert will check his option. Oh, JB limped in there as well. So we're going to go 3 players to a flop.
3 players.
Ace, king, king. Nobody has any piece of that. JB with a straight draw. Checks all the way through. Another diamond on the turn. JB improving to a flush draw to go with his gut shot. He will bet the pot here, and this should just take it down as, yeah, nobody can continue here. Doug here housing a bag of chips or something. Popcorn, maybe. Doing his best squirrel impression there. All right, so Rick and Robert both stuck around 900. Only JB hanging out right around where they bought it. Checker Bet says Aaron Rodgers busted a lot of people. Yeah, I think there were, you know, the sort of standard, you know, team managers that would just go running back and wide receiver, all of that stuff, and just save quarterback for the later rounds, not do any contesting for the early and mid-tier quarterbacks that ended up with like Aaron Rodgers, and we're like, this is fine. Like, here I am, I got this stacked team, whatever, and I got Aaron Rodgers at the helm. What could go wrong? Yeah, no, the bad things can happen to you when you have Aaron Rodgers at the helm, or God forbid, drafted Russell Wilson as like the 5th or 6th quarterback off the board. All right, Blake here with the ace king. He's going to open this up. He'll get called by 2 players in the blinds and straddle. Kevin and Robert defending. All right, queen high here. Nobody connecting other than Kevin with the top pair, no kicker. Blake does have the 2 overcards and the gut shot to the nuts, so yeah, he can certainly bet and continue if he gets raised. But Robert with just ace high, he does not want to fold. He's going to call. And Kevin here, I mean, you can't fold, but good lord, do you pull a Doug and raise or something, or just yeah, put in the calling chips and see what develops. All right, 9 of diamonds here on the turn. Robert picking up 3rd pair. As, my screen is just completely frozen here. Oh, okay, yeah, this is where we have this note here from Padawan producer Kristen saying that she thinks Kevin's hand was misread. And that he actually had 10-5 off. But that doesn't seem like a real defend. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we can decipher what's going on here. Check, check, turn. Or check, check, check through on the turn. Check, check, check through on the river. Yeah, Kevin's mucking. I mean, he clearly doesn't have 10-5 off. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the note here, but okay. It just whatever it wasn't queen. He didn't have a queen. So yeah. So Kevin mucks his hand. Robert wins with the pair of 9s and the 10s on board. So Kevin not going to muck the loser there. Okay, so we're putting Jack Deuce in here as something. You know, Kevin clearly had some sort of hand to continue on the flop, but not a queen. Captain Underpair saying Blake has done well the last few streams. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was that one run where, I mean, dude, he was up like 9K at one point or something. Absolutely beasting. Had some sick plays that night, too. A couple of big bluffs that got through.
I agree. It's hard
That was
to
pretty
believe,
fun to watch.
but I just don't think he could have made that up that day.
You don't have to believe me. You just have to wait 15 minutes. You don't believe me.
All right, hand number 30.
I don't think he could have. That's something so bizarre.
Rick in the hijack is going to limp the 9-8. Caitlin on Jack 10 here. This is, yeah, razor fold. Looks like she's going to opt for fold. And Shlomi with a couple of ladies. Here we go. His 3rd hand. We're joining the table. Makes it 85 to go. And Kevin here, suited connector. In the middling range. He is going to go for a raise here. He thinks Shlomi could be up to no good opening the button like this.
Oh, I'm so, dude.
3-betting your 7-6 suited here is fine. You can definitely mix this in. It gives you a lot of additional board coverage with your 3-bets. And if people are opening their buttons light, you can just take it down with 7 high. But that will not be the case here. See if Shlomi opts to re-raise pocket queens or just make the call and play in position. Stacked pot ratio already rapidly approaching 1. Shlomi here is just going to make the call. So definitely some ace and king high flops here that could be sort of difficult to navigate for Shlomi. Is in position though. 1.2K the effective stack, and there's a king, but a queen right behind it. And I'm sure Shlomi's heart sort of sunk a little bit and then perked right back up. Kevin here with 3 to a straight and a flop that is generally speaking going to be quite good for him. However, when his opponent does call the 3-bet, it's going to be a lot of king and queen X type holding. Kevin isn't going to go for it. He just checks straight over. Let's see if Shlomi can check this back. He has the queen of clubs. The temptation is too great to try to build the pot, get some extra value here. He's going to put 275 in there, and Kevin, after checking this flop, is just going to be done.
He's gonna try to do it pretty regular. Month or something.
So Shlomi will take this one down. Doesn't get any additional value from the flop set.
Maintain the stack.
Oh yeah, he
Kept playing. The rest of the night.
Checker bet. I've been watching this channel for a year. Only have 10 loyalty points. Yeah, man. So this is a little bit of a quirk. You have to sort of chat and interact in the chat in order to get those the loyalty points. You know, when I was first getting involved with the stream as well, I would watch, you know, throughout an entire stream, and then would check my points, and I would have accumulated one additional point. So each time that you interact in the chat or check your points or do things or gamble or whatever, it like just sort of tickers you up 1 point. So you just got to keep checking them. You have to, yeah, just keep interacting, and you'll slowly accumulate them. And then once you get up to 10, well, you have 10. You can gamble and try to pump those rookie numbers up. All right, Shlomi here, gonna make it 150 to go. Robert calling on the button. Doug completing from the straddle. Here we go, 3 players to a flop. 500 in the middle. There's king in the window. There's a 5 out there for Robert as well. Check to Shlomi. Standard C bet here, half pot. And Robert, if he had a diamond out there, could consider continuing. But yeah, he's just going to let this go. Good fold here from Robert as he avoids any additional damage. Doug, of course, is out of the way as well. And Shlomi will win back-to-back pots with some big flops. Always feels good, too, to like join a table. You just sit down, play a couple hands, you're already up. 650? Hell yeah. Let's go. You're like, I could get used to this.
Drinks a lot.
What?
Drinks a lot.
Oh, that guy?
I don't know that he was that night.
You don't like Streamlabs slot machines?
It's like 60
Well,
drinks per night. Play poker.
what do you want the points for then?
Doug, you're not, I mean, Doug, we don't shame people for drinking at poker games. What the fuck are you talking about down there? Pipe down, pipe down.
I don't know about you, but that's what I use them for.
Nobody drinks. You know, free booze right
There's
there.
no such thing as
Gamble them and just, you know, kind of hoard them. Get real excited about having a bunch of internet points. Pretty cool. Shlomi will limp. Robert will limp. Kevin now on the ace-jack suited. And the button. Definitely no limping happening here. Squeeze it up. 125 to go. Doug here doing God's work, helping Miss Carly get the chips from that end of the table. Shlomi here will go for the limp call with the 9-8 off, and Robert not interested in coming along. The happy meal. So here we go, heads up to a flop. Kevin going to be in position with the betting lead, and that is a 8-high flop for Shlomi. So he can do no wrong. Realistic Poker chatbot wants to know, is optimized Blake now? Well, Blake was always Blake, but he generally goes by optimized. I guess tonight we just plugged him in as Blake. Kristen here, as I said that, is like, oh no, I didn't put it in correctly, because he usually does like to go by optimized. All right, so we go for the check call as Kevin does c-bet the flop. Kind of a curious spot to c-bet with the ace-jack. You're basically targeting the other Broadway hands and hoping that you just get them to fold out their equity. Just get like a king-queen to fold by betting the flop there. And yeah, Shlomi is just going to lead the turn. He's like, I just have to have the best hand here. I pop pair still. Like, get out of here. And indeed, he will win. Yeah, and I think I'm not necessarily criticizing Kevin here, but it's always good to pay attention to flop textures when you consider c-betting, because there's a very natural tendency to want to c-bet just all the time, because in our minds, like, it's just the easiest way to win. Like, if our opponent has whiffed, like, we probably just win right there on the spot. We just bet and we win. But when someone limps and then calls your raise, and you get this really shitty low disconnected board, like, yeah, they probably just don't have a bunch of the Broadway hands, right? Like, maybe they've got some, like, 9-10s and stuff like that for sure, but 8s, what was it, 8-4-3 or some crap? I mean, god damn, if that was ever a limp calling range, if ever there was one, that's it. So I would be very cautious about c-betting on that flop. And yeah, as we can see, Kevin does have to part with another 125. Rick here going to raise it up with a couple of sailboats. Shlomi back in the driver's seat with queens. He's going to go for a small 3-bet here. 65, so 165. I mean, he's in position. He's got a beautiful hand. There's no reason to go for the full 3x raise at all. So here we go to a flop as Rick does make the call. 9-6 tray, 2-tone. Not a terrible flop for 4s. Of course, you're still just hoping that your opponent stops betting, because 4s are just never that happy. 150 is the c-bet here from Shlomi. Back over to Rick, and I don't think you can fold 4s just quite yet. Your opponent is c-betting with all kinds of stuff like ace-jack, ace-queen, king-queen. You don't want them to just get away with this easily. You also do have some backdoor opportunities. 7 of clubs brings in one of those, which is a gut shot now to the 7-high straight. Rick can improve with 4 or 5 now. And yeah, this is a pretty good card for his range. The problem is that there's a couple of draws out here now. And so by betting the 375 here, if his opponent does have a hand like he has, an overpair, like, you're just never going to fold, right? Because there's so many draws available. Front door, back door, straight draws, pair plus straight draw, pair plus flush draw, right? I mean, there's just a bunch of stuff going on here. And let's see how Shlomi handles this. He has a queen of clubs and of diamonds, so he sort of interacts with both flush draws here. 375. He's just going to make the call. This is a little bit dangerous, as you don't really know what to do on a lot of rivers. I mean, just around half the deck is going to complete something. It's an 8 of spades, which actually does not give Rick the straight, as he needed the 5. Does put 4 to a straight out here, though, but misses the front and backdoor flush draws. Let's see if Rick goes for the bluff here, trying to get his opponent to fold. He does. He goes all in. Rick is a legend. And this is like 80% pot. And Shlomi with the overpair facing this wager 4 to a straight on board with 2 missed flush draws. There is a lot to unpack here. Let's see how Shlomi handles this. Credit to Rick for going for it here. I mean, just recognizing, like, pocket 4s is never going to win. And, like, I mean, what else do I do, right? Just YOLO the chips in, hope the dude folds. And it's like, if he did have a diamond flush draw or club flush draw, right, like, he's just going to snap muck it. And if he has an overpair, he's going to be concerned about the straight. And Shlomi's going to lay this down. Rick is going to drag the pot. 2,600 in the middle there after all the chips went in for Rick. And he's going to get it through. Love that play from Rick. Hats off to that man. Oh, man. Dude, $20 super chat here from Captain Underpairs. Says that you truly are one of the commentators. Thank you, man. Been studying 3 and 4 bet spots and appreciate and value your comments and insights, dude. Thank you. thank you so much for those kind words, for the $20, man. You are awesome. Thanks for tuning in each and every week as well. Just really appreciate you, man. Streamlabs here, still believing that you can bet once an hour. It's twice an hour, actually. But yeah, keep checking your points and chatting and such, and you will continue to accrue them. You're one away from being able to gamble there, Jeff. I believe in you. All right, so after that absolutely savage bluff, I agree with checker bet here. Rick is in the straddle himself and looking down at a couple of tens. This is a Omega limped pot and a small squeeze here from Rick. Yeah, you're going to want to size that up. When you have this many limpers, you need to punish them in a way that is efficient and effective. Making it only a 5x raise when 5 people have already committed their 25 is just going to lead to this situation where you get a cascade of calls. And now Rick is going to have to try to beat 3 opponents with pocket 10. And that's not going to work out because JB has flopped top 2. Nobody else interacting with this board, so it's very likely to just get whittled down to Rick and JB. Rick is going to continue betting here. He's like, no, you guys suck, so please lose. And he'll bet 100 into 525. Checker bet says savage or savvy. No, it was definitely both. Really well played by Rick. JB here instantly going to try to go for the value. Stuffs a pile of greens, of black, and another green out there to the tune of 550. And after Doug gets out of the way, Rick should be quickly folding as well. However, I mean, no, he is just going to quickly let this go. But I was going to say there was that situation earlier where Doug went all in on the check raise, where he really thought it through with the queens. There, I think it was a much more standard spot for someone to have a flush draw and not an ace. Whereas here, like, even if your opponent has a flush draw, like tens are just not doing well against that. It's sort of a coin flip if they just have a naked flush draw, and if they ever do have some sort of top pair, 2-pair set, whatever, you're just really bad shape. All right, Kevin stuck 1,000. Robert down 750. Rick down 400, and everybody else up. All right, hand 35. Shlomi here first to act the ace-8 off. I presume this is a fold or a limp. Robert will come in for the limp as well. 4-3 off. And JB now with the ace-10 suited. Just going to limp himself. Oh my goodness. There are so many good squeeze opportunities that are not being exploited to the maximum. Caitlin will limp the 9-4 of hearts, or checker option rather, and here we go. 5 players to a flop. You love to see it. JB the only good hand here. Rick with a couple of connecting cards as well, but we get a 7 high flop, couple of clubs out there. Robert and Caitlin, the only players with a pair. JB will bet the flush draw to the tune of $80, and yeah, everybody runs for the hills except for Robert, who is like, no, bro, I got a gutty, got a pair. Picks up another gut shot here on the turn, ace of spades. JB improving to top pair to go with his front door flush draw. He'll bet again.
140.
130 is the bet, and Robert should be taken off a river card, and he will. Deuce, 3, 4, or a 6 here would improve Robert's hand, but it's another ace, and now top trips for JB. should be targeting pair of 7, something in that department. Quick bet of 350. Out 2/3 pot. He will turn his hand over and be like, well, that's not exactly what I had in mind, but running out trip aces is pretty good.
No.
Oh my god, fireman.
Checker Bet wants to come play some tournaments. Okay, yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of weekly tournaments here at TCH Austin. And then also some larger tournaments, multi-flight tournaments that we run down in spring and up in Dallas. So definitely check those out.
But they usually have a nice
Also just some really good weekly tournaments up in Dallas. The Saturday tournament, consistently getting like 50K in the prize pool. Just really great turnouts for that. And they do live stream
But I learned my lesson.
the final table of those.
Firefighters.
All right, hand number 36 here, the 7:30 hour Central Time in Texas.
5 folds.
Kevin, king 4 of diamonds, going in the muck. Felt like he was a little too early in the rotation, perhaps, to open that hand. Preston going to come in for the raise, 75 to go. He's 10-0. Blake will just call Jack 10 suited. Definitely can raise or just call that hand. Shlomi will defend from the straddle, 7-6 of clubs. And here we go, 3 players to a flop, 7 in the window, ace behind it. So top pair for Preston, bottom pair for Shlomi, and Blake with a gut shot and backdoor heart. So a little something for everybody. Checks through though, interesting. Deuce of clubs, biggest brick in the deck, comes off on the turn. And Shlomi here is just going to take a stab with his bottom pair. Like, I don't know, maybe you guys just don't have shit and I can win. Preston, of course, does have shit and will not be giving up. He'll make, is that a raise? My screen just keeps freezing. Okay, it is a raise to 225. And the Jack 10 of hearts is just out of there. Didn't pick up a heart on the turn, so no reason to continue with the gutty. And yeah, Preston's just going to take that one down. Thomas Henshaw, welcome to the show. Says, I'm here to watch people other than myself lose money. Hell yeah, man. That is the joy of online or streamed poker is you can watch everybody else get coolered and you don't have to lose a dime. So welcome to the show, good sir. Tough roll there, Reina. Getting some nasty ones out there.
Scanner misread my hand. Completely off.
Yeah, I know. She was like, Kevin just mucked the winning hand.
Yeah, I did not look at it.
Robert not doing any raising pre-flop, but is playing quite a few hands.
One raise, 75.
Doug, not a believer in the king deuce suited. But Blake in the cutoff, 4-3 suited. He will open this up to 75, and Rick will make the call on the button with 5. Shlomi going to complete from the big blind with King Jack off, and Robert with a deuce of spades and a mystery card. So here we go, 4 players to a flop. A lot of multi-way spots here this evening. Comes 9 high, a rainbow. Bottom pair for Blake. Not an inspiring spot to bet. Like to just see him check. He does. And Rick with a pair of 5s. He could actually just take a stab at this. Checking and letting 3 hands get a free turn. Well, I mean, there are free turn cards, and then there's the 5 of diamonds. Does sort of make this board a little bit more connecty. But lovely little turn set there for Rick. A couple couple of checks up front again, and Blake is like, I don't know, I guess you guys don't really have much, and I'm going to go ahead and bet at this. I mean, I think in general, when people show a lot of weakness, there's some merit to betting because you can just take down the pot a lot of the time, but what hands are going to fold here? Pretty much exactly just the Broadway cards, and it's tough for everybody to have Broadway cards, you know? Disastrous. I mean, potentially disastrous river card here. Blake making 2 pair. Robert seemingly going to start betting at this, and with 755 in the middle, that's a big fistful of black chips. 800 is the bet here from Robert. This actually may save Blake. It is going to save Blake because he may have felt like the 2 pair was good enough to continue. I don't know how you fold a set here, but there's a one-liner to a straight. I mean, 6-7, 6-8, Ace-6. Oh, well, I mean, Ace-6 is kind of tough to. But yeah, I mean, if you're Rick, right? Like, you've got a set. How do you fold a set? What if Robert's like betting 2 pair over there? 9-3 or something? Yeah, Rick is going to make the call. Ace-deuce. Robert backs into the wheel here, and Rick is going to get wrecked for 800. The wheel for Robert, and the fact that he's betting into 2 opponents when a naked 6 makes a better straight. That is a bold play there from Robert, but wouldn't be the first time, and he does get it paid off.
That way they can just play
They
that.
should have done that already by themselves, right?
Big pot there, 23.55 moving the way of Robert, and that'll move him into the positive, up $340. Rick now stuck at 1.5K. Kevin stuck a little over 1. And they're at the aggression frequencies. Preston leading the way. Optimize, not too far behind.
Steamy! Steamdola! Matt!
Maybe like 4s.
I didn't see you there. Look at you, cutie.
Caitlin waving
Charge
at
of what we can do on the
good
live.
buddy Steam Dola, I think.
I would talk to David.
You could have. You did.
7 raised to 75.
I never know what I'm doing.
Yeah, if we can have like funny sound effects and stuff.
All right, here we go. Open from under the gun. Preston here with some mystery cards. Makes it 75. JB here, 3-betting to 275. I don't think he has Queen 4.
5 fold.
JB
Fold.
already sort of more of a snug player. I think raising with Queen 4 really doesn't make a lot of sense. But at the same time, that's what we're looking at right now on screen. Preston here does make the calls with the mystery hand still, so heads up between these 2 players. 2 of flop, 7, 6, 5. If JB somehow does actually have the Queen 4, he has flopped up and down. He instead has something like pocket queens. Still has an overpair to the board. That certainly would make more sense for the 3-bet against the under-the-gun opener, but Preston here. The fact that his cards haven't scanned and like we're just continuing along, I mean, I feel like that somehow we've got some crosstalk here and that these are not actually the hands that these players are working with, or at least JB here. Preston is going to go for the check call here for the bet of 180. Small bet there on the flop. Very small down bet. Here we go, Ace of Spades now on the turn. That is a texture-changing card, if ever we've seen one. All right, check over. JB is all in for 960, putting Preston to the test for all of his chips. Preston is going to get out of the way, and JB will muck the hand. So really just don't know what actually was in the hands of JB there. I just really don't believe that it was the queen 4. I could be completely wrong, but we do get some card read errors on occasion when one player's card sort of hangs out over their scanner for a little bit too long. Not exactly sure, but either way, nice pot there. Good win for JB. All right, so here we go. Next hand incoming. So JB is going to limp under the gun with the king jack suited. Optimize. Will raise it up to 100. Shlomi's in there with the jack 10 suited. Robert in there as well. And we're going to have multi-way action once again as JB will complete. And here's a king high flop, top pair for JB. Checks to him. Has a natural check in flow over to optimize, but rather than do that, he is just going to donk bet here for 135. Optimize will just be able to fold here, presumably. Does have some backdoor diamonds, and like sometimes his opponent is just going to be doing this with clubs or some sort of like 4-5. So you could think about either floating or getting frisky with a raise, sort of repping like, no, I have ace king, like screw you. He is going to do this, so Optimize is going to raise this up to 400. In a vacuum, I don't hate this because, you know, you do have the range advantage here, and yet at the same time, it's pretty dangerous. Wow, he is just going to get JB to fold, though, and that is amazing. He's going to show it as well. He's just like, yeah, no, like, oh, he has pocket 7, not queen 7. Okay, so we're getting card read errors left, right, and center here now. But JB going to fold the best hand here, and that is the danger of donk leading. You sort of, you know, you make the pot bigger than it needs to be, and then when your opponent raises you, it just feels like, oh, well, I already bet and they're raising me, so they must have a good hand. You end up folding the best hand. Whereas if you go for the check call there, you keep all of your opponent's bluffs in. You just have to sort of play passively out of position. But yeah, getting punished for the donk lead there. Well played by Blake.
You're begging for a hold.
I think he's gonna fold anything there? Like
5 call.
I saw my picture, I guess I didn't look at it. Well, man, have a good time. Very nice. Well done.
I switched with Jill.
in Elgin, there east of Austin, and
Were you in a band or were you
Call.
like?
We're alive.
I dressed up as
7.
George Bush, and we were in I was in the back of the
How
truck.
did Kyle and Seth get out before me?
W.
We're gonna be done when Jessica pushes.
Why did the parade need George W. Bush?
I got it, don't worry.
Alright, well, Jerome usually won't get it. He'll just be like, well, I decided not to play.
I was waiting for you to get pushed by Jessica.
All right, I don't know what to do. Okay, well, at least my audio seems to be back.
Yeah,
Yeah, Spiro just like reserved a cut spot for me.
I figured you wanted to let that back.
Refresh this somehow.
You guys are helling out on me. You're like, not really. But then I hear you, George Bush, you're in a car parade? What's a car parade?
All right, guys, I'm staring at a frozen video screen here and can't seem to figure out how to
Were you like the quarterback of a football team or
how to get the video working for myself. I just see a frozen
Yeah,
screen.
hot girlfriend? Why did I get in the parade? Come on.
Alright, it's gone now.
I'm not eating. There could be crumbs. Okay, thank you.
I think it's like,
One,
not that we're not getting them scanned, it's that it's like a delayed update of the screen or something. Refreshes every few seconds.
Okay, all right, we seem to be working again. I just had to restart the browser apparently. Okay, here we are. Looks like Doug here in the straddle has a couple of 10s facing the open from Rick.
Mine with range.
Is this true? Yeah, Rick opening from early position. So Doug makes the call. Here we go, heads up to a flop, king high. Rick is going to take a stab at this. Doug will go for the check call here. 3 of spades on the turn, pairs the bottom card. Rick gonna give it up, checks it back now. And he's a jack on the river, doesn't get it. Ace of spades is a good card for him to rep though if he wants to, but Doug looks like he is gonna come out with a 1/10 pot size block bet here. And let's see if Rick can dig deep and find the big bluff here. If you raise this to like 2 1/4, Doug is just going to be put in a real tough spot. But yeah, Doug here with the $30 tickle takes it down with the best hand.
It's a standard streamline. Meaning it does it every stream.
Does that?
Any snap raise you get.
Snap raise, you go snap fold. Yeah.
So let's see here. What's up, Jack? Welcome to the stream. It's a lovely name you have there. Ooh, that's a 7. Not lucky, number 7 for the Streamlabs roll. All right, yeah, here we go. $25 travel on. Rick first act.
Thank you.
Shlomi gonna go ahead and limp the 7-6 off. Robert will limp as well. Preston in there. JB in there. Doug is in there, and Optimize with an opportunity to squeeze, but Jack 9 off is just going to take a flop. So, bomb pot effectively here. 6 players going to see this flop. King 10-5 two-tone. Doug with the best hand here, pair of 10s. Checks all the way through. And a jack now on the turn. Optimize improving to second pair in the best hand. a bunch of checking again. And we run out a one-liner to a straight. Nobody has a queen. So optimize here with the 2 pair is best. But we're just checking. Everybody's just checking. I mean, this is a limped pot, and then we check all the way down to the river. Exciting stuff here. So there we go. Optimize wins with the 2 pair. Moves him up to 6K in the stack. That is going to be pole position here at the table.
Oh, yes.
Our Sanctuary joining us. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome. All right, JB now is our biggest winner. Up 1.4K. We look at the VPIPs. Shlomi and Robert playing like 70+% of the hands that they see. That's amazing. I mean, we're seeing a ton of these multi-way pots, and that is largely because of those 2 players getting in there each and every hand, trying to connect with the board. Not doing a ton of pre-flop raising, although Shlomi has woken up with pocket queens a few times. But here we go, Jack-9 suited. Shlomi just going to limp. Once again, Robert will follow suit. Having those 2 players right next to each other leading to a lot of limp sort of dynamics. Jeff says we need more blood. Yeah, well, we're getting a lot of multi-way pots. We're just not getting a lot of, yeah, like raise and 3 bets and stuff like that. That is for sure. Hey, what's going on, Cody? Welcome. So here we go, another multi-way flop, 5 players. Shlomi here flopping top 2, Rick top pair, optimize has a pair, and Doug has a gutty. So a little bit of something for everybody except for Robert, who has been left out in the dark here with the 7-4 off. I don't know how that hand didn't connect. So he'll get out of the way after Shlomi just calls the bet of 50. Opts not to raise, and then, yeah, here we go. Bingo, bango, diamond right on the turn, like, of course. Doug now with the nut blocker. He has the king of diamonds. He knows that no one else can have the nut flush, and so, yeah, he just gets to start betting at this and kind of over-bet the pot. It says he's all in. He is not all in. Doug has bet 300. Into 275. Rick is sitting on 2nd pair now, no kicker, so we're just waiting to get the action corrected. But I don't think Rick can continue here. 2nd pair, no kicker is just hot garbage. He will let that go. Shlomi, though, with the 2 pair, I don't think he can fold. So he will make the call. 300 goes in, and Doug may just have to run this bluff into the river. Let's see here. Yeah, turn action never got corrected, so this is showing this massive all-in pot. That's not real. The action is on Doug, and he is going to have to decide if he wants to put Shlomi to the test here. He is going to go for a big bet here. Looks like 900 on the end. Most of Shlomi's remaining chips, not all of them. And Shlomi here is just going to give him credit for it. Lets the 2 pair go, and Doug over here running people over and shows the hand too. He's like, yeah, no, I had the best hand. I had the king high. King high is pretty good, right? I didn't actually see at any point what the river was, so I guess he may have just actually completed the flush.
Been working on that golf
I mean,
betting strategy.
let me know in the chat if you guys saw what the flop or what the river was.
It's credit usually.
Yeah, I just don't know what it was.
Just recently.
So in any case, Doug gonna take that one down.
One of these days.
Might as well stop on the head. Maybe I'll wait
I mean,
another year.
so we may not have seen a lot of blood, like a lot of big pots going around, but we certainly have seen a couple of pretty good bluffs. Some entertaining plays being made here. Certainly, Rick had that fantastic bluff shove with the pocket fours. All right, Shlomi here not going to be limping his red tens from under the gun, so he'll make a raise to 75. Instantly called by Robert, then JB, then Optimize, and now Rick looking at completing to go to a flop. He does, and Caitlin with a suited queen. I mean, all this dead money out there, it's like, your hand sucks, but, you know, maybe flop a flush, maybe flop 2 pair of trips, like, why not? So she's going to call as well, and here we go, another 6-way pot. Jeff asking if it's bad etiquette for Doug to crowd the 8-seat with his chips. I mean, Doug just always likes to keep his chips off to the side, so that it's just standard fare if you're used to playing with him. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's bad etiquette unless he's doing it intentionally to, like, screw with you. And you always have the option of being like, hey, dude, like, come on, move your shit, if it's actually encroaching on your spot. So, all right, so once again, here we go, 6 players. Top pair here for Rick. He's going to bet 215. And Caitlin is like, good lord, I have top pair. This sucks, but I didn't call to fold top pair. So here we go. Shlomi with the 10. Robert has already lined up his calling chips as well, which he does not hide these things, right? He's not trying to, you know, sort of divulge this information at the last moment. No, he starts lining up the call. Everybody can see it coming. And he's in there with the gutty that actually just turns into top pair as he hits the ace of spades. Rick here, after getting called in 2 spots, should definitely check here. No reason whatsoever to bet, as you just want to get to showdown with the pot not growing any larger. Caitlin hasn't had an opportunity to check yet, but she will check and allow this massive bet to stand in a moment. Her other option is to do some sort of cheeky little bet 25 and see if that changes his mind, because otherwise the 900 has to stay out there. But yeah, you're just torching 25 bucks because you know you're going to fold anyways. So yeah, here's this gigantic bet from Robert with the turned top pair no kicker. And Rick and Caitlin are both going to have to run for the hills here momentarily. Captain under pairs with the punish the limpers refrain. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, with all of these limpers and people trying to get into the pot for 25 or 50 bucks or whatever, there should be more squeezing going on. But sometimes you also just have a scenario within which, like, the players that are sort of equipped, like, you know, they have it in their toolbox to run the squeeze. You know, Doug, Blake, Preston, like these guys are just like waking up with these like pretty like mediocre hands where it's like, well, fuck, man, like I should just see a flop with all these guys rather than try to push everyone out. Somebody's probably going to call me and I've got a dog shit hand, so you know. You definitely can get a little bit creative though, like a hand that might normally just be like, yeah, no, I'll take a flop. 6-9 suited or something like that, right? Like just squeeze that, because like screw these guys, and your hand kind of blows. Like you don't really want to make like a 1-pair hand against 6 players anyway. So it's like just raise that sort of a hand and just check or complete with your, you know, your sort of Jack-9 off type bullshit. Pretty reasonable. You can also mix in like some rag aces, ace-3 off, you know, like Robert just played there. Just start squeezing shit like that because you've got some high card equity and, whoops. Jesse here, getting us started on a $25 PLO bomb pot and flipping over the second card, so we'll just start that over. But yeah, anytime you're in a passive game where people are limping a lot, you should be increasing your aggression. You should be isolating, squeezing, doing things like that. And you should be doing it a little bit wider than you normally would. You do have to be careful, though, that you don't set yourself up to get trapped. Because if the majority of the table is limping and calling and just sort of playing in this passive way, and you're like the one person who is trying to push people around and take advantage of that, what ends up happening is that people start limping aces and kings and ace-king and stuff like that, because then they know that you're that guy that's going to try to squeeze and push them out, and then they hit you with the back raise. Or get real tricky and just call with, like, you know, flat with aces, and then you squeeze it up big, and then they just call with aces again and let you try to hang yourself because they just seem like they're so capped. So you do have to be careful about that. All right, so we've got all the way to the turn with everybody still in as the passive play continues. Of course, in the bomb pots, you kind of need to have something in order to really get after it. JB here is going to go ahead and bet the turned full house, fives full of deuces on the top board. Caitlin has an up and down straight draw, as well as some pairs. She'll make the call. Shlomi is now going to rip it in here with 2 pair on bottom and trip deuces on top. Caitlin's out of the way. JB makes the call, and JB is in actually fantastic spot here to scoop this or get his opponent quartered. He rivers the last 5 to go set here, and these players were going to chop things up for a minute on the bottom board as Shlomi was playing the ace-9 as well. So he was looking at just getting quartered. Now he's going to get felted as that 5 peels off. And yeah, that was a very low probability event. But JB does spike the 1 outer on bottom to take that entire half of the pot away. Yeah, you can gamble every 30 minutes. Robert literally hasn't been the first player to raise a pot in 46 hands. Ooh, it looks like Carly's setting out some cookies or something back there. All right, more limping happening. JB calls, Rick calls, Caitlin calls, and Robert checks his options. So we have a battle of the bottom of the deck here. And wow, okay. That is a spicy flop for some of these hands. Up and down straight draw here for Robert. Overcards, gut shot. 1 pairs. Nine of clubs does not interact with this very much. JB does pick up a double booty. The look on Caitlin's face, she's like, wow, this is fun. Bet of 60. Gets called in 2 spots, so here we go. 3 players going to a river. And it's another 3, so Rick gonna improve to trip 3s. No flushes completing. But both of his opponents have whiffed their draws and are sitting on. I mean, they're basically playing the board. So, yeah, he's going to bet, and they will quickly fold, I imagine.
Yeah. I think that's the only barbecue place I'm never going back to.
215 is the bet, and sure enough, Rick takes it down with no resistance. Do have a link there in the chat if any of you guys would like to come and join us, play on the live stream, either here in Austin or up in Dallas. Go ahead and click the link, fill it out, let us know who you are and when and where you want to play. We'll be happy to get you in the lineup out there Smashing souls and dragon pots. VPIP still over 70% for both Shlomi and Robert. Doug at 35% VPIP as well. That man nowhere near the Doug line. All right, the limping will continue until morale improves. So here we are. Kevin will have his option once we get the action all cut up, and it looks like Kevin's going to squeeze. And he's got a hand to do it with. All right, ace, jack of diamonds. And 150 to go. And this is the size that you're going to want to go to. 4 limpers. You've got the small and big blind, or I guess just the small blind money out there. Yeah, 150. Good number. Robert will not be deterred. Does make the call with the queen 9 off. So here we go. Heads up between these two players. Neither connecting with the king 4 deuce. Kevin here should go for a small continuation bet, 125, something like that. There it is, 125. And Robert has some backdoor opportunities. Let's see if he thinks those are good enough to continue. Looks like he does. Another deuce on the turn. Robert checks again. Kevin can bet or check, but he has to know that if he's checking, that Robert may just try to push him off of this on the end. Does give it the check. Here's an ace on the river. And Robert not going to go for it. He's got the queen high, so he's playing the nut no pair. And Kevin here to try to get value from a 4 or some sort of middling pocket pair, like 5, 6s, something like that. But if he does bet, he has to go small in order to get paid. 375, a little over half pot. Yeah, maybe trying to make it look like he missed spades or something. I just don't think very many things bet that size that aren't just pure value. But it doesn't really matter. Robert releases the queen high quite quickly.
Where'd you get that? Work? Doing good? Work? They made those to you guys?
Step it up, Joe.
I guess for Thanksgiving every year.
There's so many factors
So
out of my
Shlomi
control.
got stacked, and I guess he's not going to rejoin us? Okay, Shlomi is going to come back and rejoin us, but perhaps has to go and reach into the couch cushions or whatever for a little bit. Let's see. So race to 75 here, optimizing the hijack. Going to get a call from Rick. King, queen, O. Robert has an ace. He will be calling. Kevin's going to get in there as well. Queen 9 suited, and Preston from the straddle will complete as well. So 5 players to a 1. Couple of pairs out there. Robert is best with the top pair. Optimize here. Wow, he is going to bet this. This is ambitious. I mean, you have seen a lot of people limping a bunch of crap, and so you can, you know, reasonably assume that there's plenty of players out there that are just going to have whiffed this entirely. So you can just bet and get a bunch of them to fold. Problem is that somebody's going to have something, right? And here we go, Robert raising with the top pair, no kicker, and that is going to take it down. What a legend.
If he didn't do it, I would have done it. We're not getting away blocking 5 into a 5
8:15 Central Time. A little over halfway through the show. The $50 straddle is on from Doug here, and Optimize is going to go ahead and raise there, but he does let it go. All right, the limping will continue until morale improves. JB has different ideas, though. Here comes a squeeze for a modest size, only 225 from the straddle position. I think I'd like to see that a little bit bigger. However, it is going to get the job done for the first few limpers. And now back to Kevin. And just limping and calling a raise just feels so terrible. I mean, there's just nothing quite like that feeling of just like, I'm that guy. I'm doing that thing right now. And then just like checking every flop and hating your life. But Kevin's going to do it anyways, so he signed up for this. 8-high flop. Couple of diamonds out there. Kevin checks it over, and his hand actually has a little bit of backdoor equity, but JB is going to hit this for half pot. 300 to go. Kevin with 1.8K in the stack. Doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver. He could go for some sort of like min click or something, or just make the call. Yeah, Kevin sort of paddling up a creek here. 5 on the turn, though. And now both players with real draws. Kevin up and down straight draw. JB quickly checking it back, though. Free river, jack of diamonds. Front door flush getting there for JB. And Kevin out of position with king high. God, he might feel like this is the spot for him to rep the flush and try to get his opponent to lay down a superior hand. This is not going to work. And these are chips that Kevin will never get back. As he puts 950 out there, JB quickly makes the call. And Kevin is like, oh, no, you have the hand I wanted you to think that I had. So, cool. You win. And with that, JB moves up to 5.9K. And that is going to make him our biggest winner by far. Up over $4,000 here. JB buying in for 1.5K and running it up here. A couple other players in the black. Kevin stuck the most, down 2.5.
All right, we have 8 players. 8 players.
And yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's something about limping and calling that just does the worst things. It just absolutely, it's like I swear the entire operation is just cursed. Like, if you do this, limp and call out of position, like, you're just gonna get owned. I feel like that's just the lesson to be learned. Rick is gonna raise us up, 10-8 of clubs. Kevin has queen, so perhaps a little get right situation here for him. Gonna get 250 on the button. JB still stacking chips, gonna let that suited connector go. And Rick here, the problem for him is he just doesn't have very many chips, so he doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver. 10-8 suited, definitely a hand you'd love to take a flop off with, but yeah, he's just gonna have to let this go. Certainly if you're deeper, like let's say that both he and Kevin had, 3K or something like that, you could conceive of making the call there, trying to find a favorable flop to draw, something like that. Also, we can see that Kevin does indeed have significantly more than $620. If I were to guess, I'd say he's got 1,000 more than that. So I think he added on 1,000 at some point that we did not get into the system. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. We've got a bunch of cards sort of getting mixed up here. Doesn't probably really matter as both Caitlin and Shlomi are folding. But
No, she's not trying to fold. Can I get your cards
I
again?
have them both.
Yeah.
Two to go.
Call it floor if you want.
Raise. Raise.
No
25.
one will ever know.
Thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate it.
No, I was just putting it.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response because you know damn well
Blake,
it's
you have a
not
hand.
true.
It's a great story.
Heads up, 2 players.
I imagine you're just trolling.
$40 is the best.
Alrighty, so we've got a raise here from Blake. Limps to him, he squeezes with the queen 10 off. Robert snap calls. And everybody else out of the way. So here we go. Optimize has effectively isolated and does get a flop that he could consider betting a couple of streets at, as he does have the range advantage and got shot to Broadway back to spades working. Robert here with second pair though, of course not going anywhere. Bet a 150 and a call. 650 in the middle, it's a 4 of hearts now on the turn. Pretty big brick. Optimize here would have to size up if he's going to continue telling the story, and he's not going to tell that story. He's going to check. Robert will check back. Optimize needs a jack, and he gets it. Wow. Now Optimize being like, oh shit, maybe I should have bet the turn to build this pot a little bit more. There's 650 in there, and I have the nuts. Checks it over to Robert, and Robert with the king is going to check back, and this is a disaster for Optimize. Wait, what? Optimize mucks his hand. He doesn't have queen 10. Man, what is going on here? These card read errors are an absolute nightmare. So Optimize not on the queen 10 there. He's 10 deuce. I don't believe that. I think we just put a card in there to just to advance the game. So do want to apologize for some of the technical issues that we've had here tonight. At least my screen is not freezing anymore after restarting the program. So that's a big plus. All right, the limping shall continue.
No, I am the.
Doug here waking up with a couple of ladies, and it's time for this man to get on the squeeze. Canoe. I don't know why it's a canoe or where it came from, but that's where Doug will be. And sure enough, here we go. 185, 210. 210 is the raise. Good chunky squeeze here from Doug. I like it. Optimized here with a middling suited one gapper, seemingly thinking about coming along, and he does. This is sort of bizarre. Optimized feeling froggy. He says, well, if I call, everyone else might call / fold. I don't know. Let's get in there. Flops middle pair and a gutty on a monotone flop. Neither player with a diamond. Very curious spot here. And when Optimize cold calls this squeeze from the big blind, you kind of do have to worry about a lot of sort of suited big cards, and you don't block any of those. Also, the middling pairs. 8s, 7s, and 6s pretty solidly in there. You kind of would expect 5s and 4s to just fold, but maybe not. Doug bets 250. Half pot. Optimized makes the call. Board pairs the 4 now on the turn, and that's a good card for Doug because there really shouldn't be any 4s in Optimize's range. There just really shouldn't be. So he probably still has the best hand, but he has to tread a little bit lightly being out of position. If he's gonna bet here, I think he kind of just needs to go big, like 600-700. Yeah, he's gonna go for 660. Bang on 2/3. Just sort of really begging the question to optimize, like, do you want to peel off another card with your middling shit? He could just, like, optimize could also have just, like, flopped a flush. Like, that is a possibility. He would definitely just call the flop. Would probably just call here as well.
You could have pulled it back after I said it, but I made it work out for you. 1-2, live.
And it looks to me like Optimize is going to sort of fall victim to the same kind of dynamic as Kevin did, where you just like, I mean, he didn't limp and then call raise, but he did just sort of cold call a hand that maybe he shouldn't have. Let's see if he can get lucky here on the end. Wow, he does not. For a moment, my brain had to do some arithmetic, but queens and fours is still best. Optimize playing 7s and 5s with 4s on board. This is a really sketchy card. It completes all of the draws, and Doug doesn't have anything. Let's see if he goes for that cheeky little block bet or if he just checks. I really don't think a bet accomplishes anything unless you do some sort of weird cheeky thing, like trying to throw them off. Was he bet 50 bucks or something? Oh, good lord. No. Doug, undeterred, is going to bet 750. He's going to make this look like he's just got some sort of big diamond, like I just got there. I don't understand this, but I mean, okay, so I sort of understand it from the perspective of you don't want to check and let your opponent just like own you with a big bet. So you'll use a small size yourself to try to set the price. And yet at the same time, like, does a worse hand ever call you? I really don't know. Optimize here, of course, knowing that his 2-pair is, you know, like, an 8 is winning because of the 8s and 4s, right? Not that he gives Doug probably a lot of credit for 8s, but really tough to win here. Doug would just have to be triple barreling with just absolute air balls here. King, queen of clubs or some shit. Just why not? YOLO. And there's just none of that. There's none of that in Doug's range. This last bet is just super strange though too. Optimize, is he gonna hero this? He hasn't given off the body language of someone who's really considering a raise though, and so if he can't raise, then it's just call or fold, and good lord, this is a really, really bad bluff catcher. I mean, if he pays this off, Doug is just an absolute genius to get the extra 750 worth of value from the overpair. Can Optimize pay this off though? I mean, what does he beat? And there's certainly times where you get to these spots and you just don't believe him. You can't come up with a hand that you beat, but you just don't believe him. And he makes the call. Doug is like, I don't know, I got an overpair. And Optimize is like, God damn it, what am I doing? How did I just pay that off?
That's up, 2 players.
He may have shown the 7-5 thinking that he had 2 pair to win. I'm just a little bit confused about that entire hand.
I seriously did.
Very entertaining, but very strange. Doug gonna chip up to over 6,000. Big hit to Optimize there. Just an absolutely interesting hand. As Optimize, who started the stream off hot, was up over 2K, now he's up 1.5.
So when you flipped it over, you were still thinking it?
Yeah.
Because your flip over looked like you were accepting defeat there.
Yeah, because the first card I saw was
Table chat here.
You would have checked to make sure.
I did not.
seemingly, thinking that Doug was like resigned to defeat. And it's, I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you be? You don't have a diamond. You're just like omega thin value betting these queens, but you really just want your opponent to fold.
Give me credit for the ace of the king there, ever?
And when your opponent calls, you just assume that they've got like a 10 of diamonds or something, you know? You're just like, damn it, I couldn't get him to fold this shitty flush, and he wins. Or a straight, right? I mean, like, God, he could just call you with a 6 or whatever the hell it was that would make a straight, thinking that you're just like fooling around. Which again is sort of like, I don't understand the size, right? Like, if somehow, like, let's give Optimize like pocket 6s, no diamond, right? And he's like, I just don't think, you've got these like overcards. Maybe you got like ace king with the ace of diamonds or something like that. And then, just finds himself getting to the river with a straight on a 4 flush board and then facing this tiny little $750 bet. I mean, tiny is obviously relative to the size of the pot. It's pretty small. And then just like, I don't know, I guess, do I fold, do I call, whatever. It could put you in kind of a weird spot for sure. But yeah, just, I don't know, a lot of curious decisions there, and really just playing out in kind of the worst way for Optimize, right? Just like trying to hero call bluff catch. Optimize back on the horse here. He's got ace king off, top. Caitlin with 2 pair on the turn, and she'll get to turn over the winner here and see that Optimize had a hand that definitely would have given her some extra action. She did raise the turn to 400, get called after the flop check through, which is another bizarre play, as Optimize checking the flop with a flush draw out there. I think Optimize may be just trying to get a little too cute here, maybe, with some of these plays. I'm not saying that it would have worked out any differently. If he bets sort of a standard 1/3 sizing, Caitlin is probably going to look him up with the bottom pair and then turns the 2 pair, and maybe more chips go in and he loses more. But certainly outside of the results-oriented approach, checking the top pair on a sort of flushy board, a little bit unorthodox. All right, Jeff, gambling is 15 points. Good luck, buddy.
Why would you ever say that? You should have just went with it.
Well, when he showed, he obviously thought
89, look at that, up to 30 points. Or, oh, no, 130 and up to 63. Straight balling. Optimize here, ace queen now. Probably has a little bit of the jitters. Like, oh, I play a hand, I get smoked. But this is a raise and take it.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Now stuck 2K, same position as Rick and Kevin. Shlomi down there as well. So JB, the big winner, dug up almost 3K for that big confrontation. Robert up a little over 1,000.
that's exactly the kind of hand that you couldn't have.
Studying
All right, Jesse doing a very thorough shuffle there. And Preston, who has been relatively quiet here tonight, is going to come in for a raise.
6 folds, 7 ways, 75.
He's king of his own.
No, I always wait to look.
Shlomi going to defend the line, and Robert the straddle. So here we go, 3 players to a flop. Preston with the betting lead. Robert flops best with a pair of 5s.
All right, gentlemen, 3 players total, 1 all in, 2 still in action.
Check, check. Preston C-bets.
I didn't know we were allowed to take more than 1 cookie.
a little over half pot, and Robert will check call. Shlomi's out of there. Heads up to a turn.
That's a fair trade, actually. I think that. I rescind my criticism.
Ann wants to know, can you do anything else with loyalty points besides gamble them? Honestly, not really. We do every once in a while do some giveaways where you sort of buy raffle tickets with your points as a way to, you know, give them a little bit of extra utility. But no, mostly they're just for fun. Check on the turn gives us another jack on the end. So Robert here feels good about his hand. Checky once again, shows down the fives and drags the pot.
All right, let's go back to the regular 1-2. Thanks so much.
All right, well, by checking your points, you definitely should have earned one at least. I don't know why that didn't pop up there, but keep checking your points, interacting with the crew in the chat, and you'll start to accrue some of those. Ooh, as I just knock everything over. And then once you get up to 10, you'll be able to do some gambling. With all of your fellow degenerates. All right, optimize here. Ace King raises it up. Rick, next to act, will make the call. Robert's got to get in there as well. Just calling with the pocket jacks. This man does not raise pre-flop. Here we go. Juicy little flop here for the pocket jacks, and Robert is going to reach straight for the stack and overbet to 400.
Yeah.
Okay, can anyone else help me? I don't
Optimize got to be thinking, wait, what? Ace King high is like usually pretty good in this spot, but like you just bet over the pot. Yeah, you just have something. Whatever you have is better than Ace King high. Rick would probably come to the same conclusion, especially since he is sitting on just King high. And there you have it. Robert will take it down with the cheeky just flat call jack. Free.
Consistent things too. So like if you lift over and over and over, like it just gets like harder. But if you do like lift the light, treadmill, like different things, like it doesn't like get as hard as doing the consistent thing over and over. So like maybe like 5 days a week the same thing, and then.
All right, looking at the V tips there. Preston, Caitlin down at the Lottie line around 15%. Everybody else getting in there, playing some hands, that's for sure. Poker Monkey looking to step on a landmine, but nope, Skullbone beat him to it. And then Reina found one on the other side. Damn. All right, the limping will continue. Over to Kevin. He's got an ace, but he's not going to squeeze. He's also reloaded for what looks to be another 1,000, 2,000. That man has like 3K plus in front of him, not $600. So some adding on, not being recorded. JB here is going to bet his trips after we went 5 ways to a flop. Optimize has flopped bottom boat and is just calling. Setting JB up here for something. If like he's going for a heart flush or something, it peels off. King of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. JB here should still think he's best. Probably go for a chunky size. Yeah, 205 into 255. And Optimize now probably going to spring the trap and start putting more chips in the middle. You need to get this pot built up before the texture changes too much, before you miss out on your opportunity. So 205 is the bet. Let's see a raise to 600. Indeed we do. JB just stuffs it in. Oh my goodness. That is a little bit of an overplay with the jack no kicker. And Optimize, of course, happy to get it in. Oh my god, it's an 8. It's an 8. And Optimize is going to get savagely, just savagely coolered on the river. No discussion of running it multiple times. It's just grip it, rip it, and oh my god, that's
Seat open, live stream.
And that is a tough beat to take if you're Optimized. You just flop your opponent straight into the basement. JB arguably overplaying that pretty heavily by just 3-bet jamming on the turn, and Optimize gets felted. 6K pot goes the way of JB, who was
Seat
already
open, live stream.
up like 4,500. I mean, after that hand, dude's gonna be up 7,000, 7,500. Yeah, 7.4K here. JB running like God.
Jay, seat open.
There is the blood for you, Jeff. Yeah, all caps blood for sure.
Seat 1.
Wow, what a hand. Kind of feel for, got a feel for Blake there. That's a pretty nasty situation. You don't see beats like that happen all the time. That's just kind of cool. Shlomi here is going to try to move over to the 1 seat. That's not allowed. Sorry, buddy. So Blake has had enough of the coolers, and I believe has left us for good. We will see if that's the case, but I can only imagine after taking a beat like that that yeah, needs a little minute to go cool off, understandably so.
Thank you.
All right, Preston is just going to ship his stack here, try to pick up the $50 straddle, and Doug will say, yeah, no, it's yours.
Yeah, I'm calling him with that.
As, yeah, Preston just working the short stack there,
Jack 5.
not opting to continue to stack up.
He does.
For 300 bucks? Yeah. 400. Even better. 400.
So potentially a seat open.
I mean, it is.
Blake is gone, right? Okay.
No, he doesn't. Even if he did have a beat, he doesn't
Okay.
show until the river. It's not a slow roll.
Okay. So yeah, we do have.
You don't have to do anything. What do you
Let's see. Somebody's sitting down right now.
No, it's not common courtesy. Why is it courtesy? Just because he showed his hand early doesn't mean that you have to. You're supposed to show your hand.
So I assumed that wasn't.
No,
the
I
other
never
one,
do that.
So I made a joke.
Little table chat here.
99% of the time, I don't do that.
Didn't quite pick up on it. Something about
If I had
what
the other guy
superstition
drawing
of turning
dead, I
on
might
hand.
consider it. But
Let me know in the chat if you guys have any little superstitions, things that you do or don't do or whatever to try to improve your odds of winning. I know some people that like when they're all in a tournament and there's like, you know, it's all in on the flop or whatever, or pre-flop even, and they just like don't look at the flop. They're like, I don't look. I wait until the hand is over and then I look. I've tried that from time to time. It actually just usually makes it confusing because then you have to try to process all of the information at once rather than seeing, you know, the flop and the turn, the river, and kind of knowing where you're at.
no, you're just being predatory.
All right, Sabin joining us here in the 1 seat.
4 players.
Sitting down with 3K. I've gotten word that Rick will take his leave at some point and be replaced by Jaywin. So we do have some small changes to the lineup occurring here. All right, Jack 5 Trey, as we have gone 5 ways to a flop once again. Pair of 5s for Sabin and Robert. Bottom pair for Shlomi. Checks all the way through. 4 of clubs now on the turn. 2 pair for Shlomi. Gut shot for Robert.
right, gentlemen, there's
Shlomi, though, just going to call, not raise with the 2 pair. Bit of an interesting decision there. And Jack on the end, counterfeiting the 2 pair from Shlomi. Robert now with the best hand, and he is going to bomb this for nearly full pot. Sabin, of course, has no experience with Robert at this table, at least, and just quickly folds.
Probably misread the board before.
King 5. Let's see here. Mo the Cat says, isn't Queen Jack in JB's range so that the queen turn could give a full house? I mean, sure, right? If he's got Jack 8 suited, he's going to have a bunch of stuff. I mean, that was, that was a limped pot, right? One of our many limped pots. So, dude, there's all kinds of stuff in there. But you also kind of have to ask yourself, like every additional card that comes out there is one less of those that your opponent can have, right? So it's still just really hard for your opponent to have a full house. It just is, right? It's really hard for him to have rivered one. Obviously, a queen, a jack, or an 8 all could have improved JB's hand. So there were plenty of cards, you know. I mean, it's still a small subset, but there's still plenty of cards that could have improved JB to the winner. Having the 8 come off was probably just like second only to the final jack. Right? I mean, like, I guess if the queen comes off, like, that feels pretty gross as well. It's like, oh, well, sweet, thanks for that. But, yeah. I don't know. The 8, there's just something about that, the bad dangling kicker where he just, like, 3-bet stuffs it in when it's like, oh, I have an 8 kicker. That's probably not good if you can call me. And so he just, you know, just gets really fortunate on the run-up. All right, Shlomi here going to turn a pair of 7s, improving to the best hand, and he'll fire 200 into this. Robert just has queen high, no draw. Doug, though, nut no pair, second nut no pair. No, he will fold his cards into the ceiling and nearly land them on top of Robert's hand. Doug here checking out his new table mate. What do you got down there? 3K. Cool.
And can I get a brush, please? TV
AB running hot up. Oh, that's the cake.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Which television needs to be changed?
Vibrating chairs, vibrating belts.
One of them, the game. One's cable, one's direct TV. All right, everybody, thank you very much.
Caitlin here, the victim of Card Dead City. The limping will continue. Kevin here now going to squeeze. Again, he does not have $440. He has something around $3,000. Makes it 125 to go. Shlomi here, who had limped up front, will limp and call. Robert will follow suit with a blackjack hand, and here we go. 3 players to a flop. Kevin in position with the betting lead, and it's Jack, 6. So Kevin with the best hand here. Let's see if he tickles the pot. If you're gonna bet here, you only need to bet like 100. Kevin agrees. Shlomi, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, doesn't matter, he's out of there, and Kevin will take it down with the best hand and be happy to do so. Preston still nursing the short stack over there, gonna try to double up the nub, dub the nub, and get back into the swing of things with even stack. Jesse here, the king of the double card pitch. All right, Shlomi putting the 50 on. And Robert here with a suited 1-gapper. Yeah, that's a limp for sure. Limp call 9-2 suited. Can I take a seat in this game? Well, you could have. up until a little bit ago. But yes, you're absolutely right. That is the kind of stuff that that makes Texas poker so much fun to play. All right, limp fold. No, just folding from the straddle. Doug here squeezing. It's his turn with the ace-8 of hearts, and curious. Robert not going to limp call the 9-7 of diamonds. I actually really would have expected him to call there. We've seen him limp and call with like queen 9 off and things. The 9-7 of diamonds is going to play substantially better than that post flop. Man, Jesse is on fire. 2-card pitcher. Sometimes these RF poker cards, I guess are probably just getting stuck together a little bit, and then also your pitch technique can factor into that. Oh, wow. Okay, JB not in his seat for the ace-queen, so Doug will do the raising duties with the ace-deuce of spades. Caitlin can't believe the nonsense she is looking at. And folds again. Shlomi's in there with the king-5 of spades, so spades would be spicy. Sabin is in there with the 8 tray of clubs. Flops a flush draw, why not? Checky over to Sabin, who is going to check behind. When you have 8 high and everybody's checking to you, it's a little bit surprising perhaps that he didn't bet on the flop. Now has an up and down straight draw to go with his flush draw. 36% equity here for Sabin. Doug will go for the check call here. He's not interested in building the pot himself with the top pair no kicker. And it's another 9 on the end. Sabin bricks out. Doug here gonna go for his funky little block bet? Oh, I mean, it's still a block bet, but I don't think I really understand that. That feels like, I guess he's targeting a jack. It's like he started betting on the turn. That's when the jack came in. Maybe he's got something like queen jack, king jack. And the little tickle just might get called. Okay, all right. I could get behind it, perhaps. Doug here not going to open the king 10-0 in the hijack. Sabin going to raise this up. 75 from the cutoff with 1 ace, 1 mystery card. Rick off of only 550. Gonna make the call. 550 behind. All right, Shlomi's in there with deuces. Robert with the ace 10, and Robert flops the joint. And what do you do when you flop the nuts? Bet the pot. 250 into 300. Rick here with the gut shot and backdoor royal flush draw. I don't know. You just don't have any chip depth. No stack depth, I should say. Oh, Rick is going to pile this in. He's going to try to rep something, and yeah, that's bad timing because Robert has the goods, and Rick is going to need to run out some nasty. 3 of diamonds, no good. Needs a 10 to chop, and 8 of diamonds on the end. Rick cannot pull another rabbit from the hat. Yes, he did get an epic bluff through earlier, but it's been kind of downhill, rough sledding here for our boy Rick since then. And did hear that Rick was going to take off and get replaced by Jay when it sometimes may just be the time that happens. Looks like that's the case. And Yeah, sure enough. Okay, so Rick gets felted, and he's going to take off, opening that seat up. If we look at the pips once again. A lot of hands being played here tonight, that's for sure. A lot of them being played quite passively, but definitely getting multi-way spots left, right, and center.
I got stuck.
All right, Preston is going to start the limping.
Kind of cool.
Caitlin will squeeze. I think Caitlin's on the button. Are we off? I think we might be off by one spot. Something. I'm confused. Maybe no. I guess Shlomi's on the button. So it says Caitlin's in the small blind, which is even more wrong. Okay. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's supposed to be the case. I feel like Caitlin's supposed to be the button right here. I don't think she's squeezing. Like there was supposed to be a dead button, maybe, when Rick left? Okay, all right. So something has gotten a little bit messed up here, but Caitlin is going to flop an up and down straight draw. She will bet and take that one down, as nobody else had anything to continue. So, yeah, I think we had a little bit of a hiccup with where the button was supposed to be, but anyways, now I presume we just advance everything by one and get back to regularly scheduled programming now that the deed has been done. Welcome to the stream, Coleman. How's it going?
I'll do that.
All right, so onwards and upwards. Hand 66 as Jaywin does take a seat here. Welcome to the stream, good sir. Sabin going to raise this up, and first hand, Jaywin sits down before he's even got his chips out of the rack, and he's got a 3-bet in hand. Buying in for 6K is Jaywin, and 3x 3-bet to 180. Robert here with a suited queen 8. He'll make the call. Old ball from the small blind. And when it gets back over to Sabin, yeah, he is going to make the call. Understandably so. You've got draw to the nuts. So here we go. 3 players, 2 of flop. Jaywin in position with the betting lead. Rick City for the ace-10 of diamonds. Robert here with a spade flush draw. Check, check over to Jaywin, and Jaywin is just done building this pot for any reason whatsoever. Deuce of clubs now on the turn, giving Sabin a club flush draw. Checks anyways, and check, check, check. 8 of diamonds. Robert picking up a pair on the end. And the best hand, he'll go ahead and fire into this pot, couple $100, and Sabin will just let it go. Jaywin here, he might just be a little too curious, and he will make the call. A lot of missed draws, but yeah, the 8 on the end will get paid. So Jaywin will lose his first hand.
Oh no.
And look to get the ship back on course.
You said you had some queued up. I did have some queued up, but I also lost my editor, and that's a long story.
Maybe lurking in the straddle with the ace-10 off. Doug, though, first to act, 10-9 suited. He'll raise this up to 100. And Jay, when facing this under the gun open, king jack off, he's just going to let it go. Yeah, I think flatting there isn't terrible either, but it just feels weird. It doesn't feel good. And Jaywin hasn't really seen the action here so far. I mean, maybe he was watching a little bit earlier and could recognize that there's just really not a lot of squeezing going on. Like, he can probably just flat the king jack there and get away with it most of the time. But he does just let it go. Would have flopped the top pair in the best hand, but as it stands, it's JB, Doug, and Robert in here. Checking, checking, and checking to a free turn card. 9 of hearts now, pair for Doug. JB, though, is going to take this as an opportunity to bet. Really doesn't pick up any equity whatsoever, but just perhaps saying to himself, like, nobody else is betting. Maybe I have the best hand, and if I do, then I could just get everybody to fold, probably. But Doug takes this 9 and the small wager from JB as an opportunity to raise. And takes down probably a hand that one would normally think to just call as a bluff catcher rather than raise for value. If your opponent does have a 7, some sort of slow played 7, or a king, like, they're just unlikely to fold. So if you're doing it as a merge, it's a little bit weird. And, like, certainly pocket 7s or whatever, or not 7s, that'd be quads. Pocket 6s or something would just fold, right? I don't know. Kicker problems getting steamrollered by Stream Labs. Sorry, buddy. Hang in there. The points will return. PLO bomb pot time. Let's go. Preston here with a pretty hand, but doesn't really interact with these boards in the best way. Oh wait, no, he's got a heart flush draw on top. That's pretty good. We get these cards scanned in. Robert here has pairs and a gut shot, so he'll pot it. Preston is going to limp back raise all in. Doug here, who has a pretty good wrap on the top board and the bottom board, is going to make the call. Yeah, I mean, how do you fold a hand? I mean, you just, any middling card that comes out is going to give you a straight if it doesn't pair the board. So, yeah, pretty good spot here for Doug if he can find some of those cards, some of those outs on the turn. So 395 is the bet from Preston. Robert here cannot raise again, as it is a dead raise from Preston. In any case, Robert does just make the call. Yeah, that was because it was a full pot size bet, and then the back raise to 170, so that checks out. So, okay, Preston will be all in for this amount. Once Robert's call goes in, it's going to be 14-10 in the middle. Then we'll have a side pop from Robert and Doug if they want it. All right, numbers are hard for a minute, but we got it figured out. There is the 14-10 in the middle. And off to a turn we go. 4 of spades pairs the board, so it does not improve Doug. And the queen of diamonds also not improving Doug, although he does pick up yet another straight draw on the top end with a gut shot to Broadway. Doug checks and just hopes to God that Robert checks behind, but Robert is not the kind of guy that checks behind. he has now improved to top pair, top 2 on the bottom, and a good 2 pair on top. And he's like, dude, bro, like, come on, Robert, why are you potting this, man? Let's just try to screw this guy up. But Doug will fold. Would have made. Would he have made a straight? No. No. He would have bricked out. So full house for Robert on bottom. And the kings and 4s on top are going to take the other half of the pot. So Preston will survive. And yeah, there you have it. So half of the 1410, so $705 going over to Preston. He is now just down to 300 on the night.
We were sitting close, I could show you what new picture.
Robert will profit a little bit there. Move up to 6.3K in the stack. Okay.
I like to be that annoying dad that shows pictures. Last time I said that.
Captain Underpairs with a suggestion here on how to make Streamlabs more interesting for the poker viewing public. I mean, I like that. Like, yeah, you'd sort of get just a random hand dealt to you. It would basically just be replacing the number with a corresponding hand or something. Yeah, it could be kind of cool. And like when you gambled, like it actually like put out a flop and a turn and a river. Like you gave you whole cards and then like just like ran out a flop, turn, and river so that you found out what you got. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. More interactive for sure. All right, I have not looked at the football game at all. Let's see. Who's winning? Titans beating the Packers 20-9 in the third quarter. Good lord. Derrick Henry just threw a pass to Austin Hooper. That's unusual. Glad I didn't start the Packers defense because apparently Derrick Henry and the Titans are just running all over the Packers. All right, Saban here with a couple of queens. Up against Robert with the gut shot and the over card. Bet of 100 and a call. Another $100 bet here. Very interesting down bet sizing here from Saban. He's just going to keep clicking away 100 at a time. Flop, turn, and now river. And now Robert is like, dude, screw you. There's a king now out there. And I'm going to raise you to 600. Betting 100 at a time just feels like weak sauce. But Saban pretty quickly making the call, and he's going to have the best hand here. Robert going for the business on the end, and Saban has none of it. Very strange hand right there. I think Jaywin perhaps a little bit perplexed by that play as well. I mean, obviously a good call from Saban, and maybe just setting him up, like setting Robert up for the bluff catch, right? Like, I don't know, I just bet 100 the whole way, but I've got a pretty damn good hand. And what are the chances you have a king? What are you calling 100 for with a king? Doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like king 8 for a pair of 8s, king kicker. So, yeah. Let's see, the amazing productions here was mad when the Packers won against the Cowboys. That game was us fighting the refs. Yeah, no, there have been a couple of games for sure where the officiating has had a major impact on the game. Like, for instance, what was it on Sunday? Was it the Cardinals game or something? I'm trying to remember exactly who it was, but there was just like an absolutely full-blown, just blown call, right? No, I think it was the Monday night game. Yeah, the Monday night game. Just full-blown missed call. It was a turnover, right? They called it a fumble or some shit. And
You got the rags out of it.
or they didn't call it a fumble, it was. a fumble, but then
Yeah,
they
I'm
had
done.
to call it. They had to just like move on with the play or whatever because the ruling on the field was
Why are you done? Were you
unreviewable.
always leaving early?
I don't know. Just
Or did you
the
wait till
crazy
tonight?
shit has happened this year. Yeah, that's for sure.
Has to go.
All right, little Bays will take it here.
Fine.
JB, who has racked up all of his chips.
Got it.
He's not leaving. That would be, I mean,
You said play
it's
till midnight?
his
Okay,
right,
good.
but
I
it's
don't wanna get lonely.
frowned upon.
What time is this game? 9:45.
Y'all don't end with a straight.
We don't play 9:45. I feel like this line will stay.
Play the stream,
9:45 p.m.
crush everyone for 7K plus, and rack up early. Not the best. All right, Caitlin here, going to tickle the pot for a raise to 55, ace-7 of clubs. Shlomi and Robert are like, cool, yeah, that's, I mean, 55, why not? Saban's in there. J-Win might even just get in there. I mean, why not? You have 2 cards, and it costs you $30.
Please fucking help me.
And Caitlin is like, great. Everybody.
This is frowned upon behavior. When this happened when I was
So here we go. Omega multi-way. 5 players to the flop. Bunch of middling cards represented, and there's some middling cards. And Saban, Donk leads for 15 bucks into 265 with his gut shot. Caitlin makes the call after Jay went Shlomi got for 15 bucks. I guess he called too. Yeah, he does. Robert's in there, of course, with the up and down straight draw. And now the 4 of spades improves no one. So now we check all the way through. Some very interesting stuff happening here. Running 4s, and ace high is good for Caitlin if we get to showdown. Nobody's going to take a stab at this. Literally, ace high is just going to win. This, I mean, all right. So Caitlin wins a pot. Let's go, girl.
I only have 2. Seat open, live stream.
All right, so yeah, JB has maybe got family emergency or something, taking him away from the table. We do have an open seat, so anybody in the chat in the Austin area want to come down and get in on this action, now's the time. Will limp his way into the pot. 6-5 offsuit. Preston, his turn on the ace-7 of clubs. He is not going to raise it though. Just going to call, as will everyone else.
When did you push start?
Shlomi with the ace-deuce of spades is going to go all in. All right, let's go. This is the kind of move you like to see. Big squeeze play from Shlomi here. And wow, Preston is going to put the chips in. The limp call off with the ace-7 of clubs, and Shlomi is actually in a very dominated position. A lot of opportunities here, of course, but that puts the 7s. Yeah, chop it up. 7 on the river would have won the hand for Preston, however. It just runs out 2 pair with the king kicker on board, and they'll hack up the 170 bucks or whatever into the middle. And Shlomi and Preston will live to fight another day. Both of them literally playing like the same stack sizes here. Captain Underpairs here, yeah. This is a little bit different. Okay, so Jack 3 of spades. Sabin is in there. Ooh, close one. Hart skipped a beat there. He almost knocked over his love streak. At least that's what it looked like. Local beverage. J-Win here will squeeze it up from the small blind. King, queen suited. Sabin has to get out of there, and here's free money for J-Win. And this is the kind of stuff that we should be seeing a lot of, certainly from J-Win when he wakes up with any kind of aggressing type hand. He is going to be punishing those limpers and flat callers. Looking at the pre-flop raise. Clear first raise. Yeah.
Carly has an entire,
Robert literally hasn't raised a hand
I think Carly has an entire container.
before the flop.
She could go home, her cookies can't.
All right, Kevin here first to act. Queen 10 off sucks, so it folds. And Preston with a couple of Judys, couple of J-Wins. Gonna go ahead and raise this up. Sabin on the ace-4 of hearts is going to 3-bet, and Caitlin wakes up with number 1, and the cold 4-bet from Caitlin. And the problem with getting big hands like this and being the cold 4-better is like, God, they just never have anything. Preston here, though, does have something. He's got a couple of jacks, and the cold 4-bet feels real strong, but I'm not sure if he's got jacks with this stack depth to just let him go. Would be a pretty good fold. Does get away from it. All right. Caitlin playing a pretty small percentage of hands here tonight, and the cold 4-bet, just a really strong move. Does correctly get out of the way with the jacks, and Sabin here. Sabin doing a little inventory. Maybe feeling like this this gal over here is going to push him around a little bit, but no, okay, he is going to get away from it. Unfortunate for Caitlin that no more chips go in the middle, but what do you do?
You know, like high quality, like poker stuff is like high. It's just stuff that I would want. Really
Still wins a nice pot. Moves up almost 1,000 there.
You know what I mean? Like warm, comfortable, not carbon.
Aggression frequencies. J-Win here, of course, at 0%. Hasn't played very many hands. We know that his aggression frequency is well above 0%. Anyways, because he did the sweets play, so I don't know exactly why we're missing some of the data there, but.
Each other's first deal.
Even if they're pasties and
Gotta keep the romance in my household.
All right, napkins galore. Over to J-Win in the cutoff. He'll be raising. And Shlomi, he wasn't a believer in the King-9 off earlier in the night in a sort of similar situation, but he's going to peel off a flop this time. Robert will come along as well. 3 players to a flop. J-Win in position with the betting lead. And ooh, Robert here with the nut flush draw on the flop. Checky, checky all the way through and drills it on the turn. Robert has the nuts. And he'll bet 150 into 250. Up and down straight draw here for J-Win, but he could and is already dead. Yeah, I think he's going to think better of this, but there's a part of him that wants to see a river. Just let it go. And I think these are the spots where, like, even if there's some little bit of value to be gained if you make a straight, sometimes your opponent has like a 2 pair or whatever. Like, it's just not a scenario that makes you enough money at a high enough frequency to validate the play. Because there's going to be a bunch of river cards that complete your flush or complete your straight and make the flush. There's going to be a bunch of river cards that just brick out. There's going to, I mean, there's just all of these things where you could make your hand and already be dead, or you're just never going to get any more money because your opponent is just never paying you. So continuing with a straight draw on a board like that, J-Win correctly, just letting that go. here we go. He's raising again. Caitlin not going to 3-bet him with the ace-3 of clubs. This will bring Shlomi and Robert in there. Preston can even close the action with a suited king, and he will. So once again, 5 players, 2 a flop. Ace high here. Caitlin flops best with the top pair. No kicker. Jaywin had the betting lead, but he's not going to do anything on this board. If we just check through, he's fine with that, and we do. Another ace on the turn, and Caitlin's like, oh, okay, cool. No, I've got this. But Robert is going to feel inclined to bet. I mean, that's certainly a good card for his hand. So he'll bet 200, and Caitlin, how is she going to play this, I wonder? I mean, she has a little bit of experience with Robert. If he had a real hand like an ace, he's probably going to bet like 1,000. So she'll just call, let Robert maybe take another shot at it, but he doesn't. Now she can go for value. Don't want to bet too big, don't want to scare him off, but you also don't want to get the minimum. So what is that, 350, 400? Yeah, 425, and this is going to get called very quickly. So I guess there was more value to be had at a higher price point, because Robert's going nowhere with those 9s. Caitlin will happily drag this pot though, and move up another 900 plus, and that will put her probably in, what, like 2nd place on the current leaderboard here? Yeah, right behind Doug. Robert dropping down a little bit there.
Steve Dola, what are you playing? What's your game? What are you playing?
1, 2, no limit.
Thank you. I never mind just yelling across the room. I mean, I know him. He's right there, but if you want to know what the game is, when that's here.
All right, folds around to Kevin. Small blind. With the $50 straddle on, so he'll raise this up. And Sabin will defend the ace-5 off. Kevin first to act with the betting lead, and once again, he's got like 3K, not 330. We still haven't gotten that updated. Sabin will flop a pair, and Kevin here, though, just gonna feels compelled perhaps to just see that. The 2 over the factual draws does get called, and 6 of clubs now on the turn. This is just a terrible board. King high just can't win here unless you just blast away. Sabin, though, quickly checking back, and this is a really bad board to go for a bet check bet bluff. I would not advise it, but yeah, Kevin does not go for it. Sabin quickly checking back and showing down the pair. Will chip the pot.
I'll tell you the story.
All right, Jaywin putting the 50 off.
The first thing I wanted to do was ace. I wanted no poker names. So I thought about it. I was like, all right, Kingston or Jackson.
Shlomi with the ace-5 of diamonds. Good enough for a call.
The day we were born, when everybody started calling me king.
Preston here, king, queen of clubs. Yeah, stuff it in there. Trying to take down that dead money. Uncontested. See how Shlomi plays this. I mean, he's just got ace-5, but it's suited, and they had this sort of interaction before where kind of got all the money in together. But no, not even Robert interested in seeing this one.
Nobody has
Pocket
talked to me
fives.
all night.
Not unsurprising.
We're
but,
coming for you, Preston.
Nice
I'm
little,
tired of being
nice little
bullied
pickup
by
there
your
for
short
Preston.
stack over
Pad
there.
the stack a little bit.
I thought of the other.
As here we go, we've got another player coming in.
Welcome, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. My name's Caitlin.
Slide. Nice to meet you.
Slide?
Slide. We played Slide once.
I love it. Was I nice to you? Or was I drunk that time?
No, you're nice.
So our new player will have to sit out for one hand until the button passes. We'll get them plugged in and stack accounted for. Ooh, J-Win. We'll have number 1 when it gets back to him. Robert, true to form, never racing. Oh my God, here's a cooler in action. Poor Preston, waiting all night for a real hand, and is going to run kings straight into J-Win's aces. J-Win getting the lay of the land down there. He's like, oh, well, you just hardly have any chips, so I'll just raise enough for you to get all your money in and go from there. Robert, though, still has pocket tens. Let's not forget that. Oh, God, he just limps and then folds them. He's like, no, you guys just have a good time. And, damn, all right. So Preston is going to get the rest of his chips in here. He'll turn over the kings feeling quite confident, and J-Win will be like, oh, sorry, dude, you're toast. 80% of the time, anyways. And no king on that flop. No king on that turn. And no king on that river. J-Win here will give the universal facial expression for, yeah, that sucks for you. And Preston will go down to the felt in the most brutal and predictable fashion. Aces over kings. But Preston will not be deterred. He's going to reload for a small amount here. Get him back in the game.
How much?
Try to dub the nub again and work his way back to even.
I'm sure as shit ain't smoking.
SF. Just SF. Just once. It's the pretty chips, right? Robert Cap.
Jets gonna make playoffs?
Oh, I have not gambled in a while, so while we're getting the dollary dues counted down here, I'll go ahead and give that a go.
I mean, I think they're overperforming. Like there's hope.
So you'll bet on no then.
I'd probably bet on
So you can't catch your disappointment.
Oh, you want that, what's that time
All right, let's see if I can do better than my last roll. 7 was no good.
What's the record right now? Are they 500? Wow. What?
You can hedge yourself. So
63, I'll take it. Cool. Oh, so close to 20,000 PCH Live loyalty points.
that's like you were gonna make that.
A peep back at the football game, and the Packers have drawn within 3 here at the start of the 4th quarter. Okay. All right. But it looks like the Titans are driving once again. Derrick Henry doing what looks to be the most of the work here.
Maybe I'll bet with you that they make the playoffs. I just like I can't read this.
All right, Caitlin here, taking it up to 200 after some limping shenanigans. Caitlin says, no, not on my watch. But Robert and Saban are going to limp and call. So here we go, 3 players to a flop. Caitlin with the betting lead, and that is a dirty, nasty flop for ace-queen. Robert here, bottom pair, gut shot, and the best hand. Checks through, jack on the turn. Now Saban with the best hand, and he'll bet 25 into 650. And Caitlin will call, so will Robert, so they'll get a real cheap river card. 10 of clubs, and Caitlin has a big club She blocks queen 9. She's going to have to bet big. Oh, yeah, 250 is not going to get the job done. Yeah, this is... yeah, maybe if she's taking a little more time to think through what size she's going to rep there. I mean, if you river a flush or a straight or something, right, like, you're going to hammer this dude. You just bet 25 bucks. Like, I don't know about 250. I mean, obviously you don't want to bet so big that they would fold a bunch of stuff, but I feel like if you're going to bet there, you got to go big. 250, obviously not going to get the job done. All right, so SL is our newest player over in the 8 seed. I don't think I'm familiar with this player, but I'll get a better look here in a moment, showing him where the scanner is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know SL. Okay. Local player. So Robert is putting in the 25 limp. Caitlin will come in for a squeeze after Preston tried to limp in as well. King Queen off here. Will get called by Robert and Preston. So the squeeze size perhaps a little too small. Caitlin will have the betting lead, but she is out of position first to act. And it comes 9 tray with a couple of hearts. Is going to c-bet this for quarter, third. Robert's out of there, but Preston going nowhere. Also just has the best hand, but Caitlin does have an opportunity to pick up a pair here on the turn. She does not. And now this is a pretty difficult board to rep anything on unless you just go straight to, like, I have an overpair, which means I have a full house, and let's just hammer away.
4 Flaccos? You're talking like 20 years ago? No.
Reasonable sizing here if she did have aces or something, and Preston is going to just fold here. He's like, no, if you have a full house, then I don't want to flush, and ace high is probably no good.
Literally 20 years ago. Yeah.
Let that go pretty quickly. I mean, board texture obviously just influences our decision making so much. You look at that and you're just like, ugh, just have a full house already on that. Bye-bye. And she gets it through.
So basically, one example of a team winning with a quarterback.
He trades 5 times.
Be the man winning the second.
Yeah, I was going to get your card scan again for one. But he deserved that. He was so good for so long. 6-4, 7-4, 8-4.
All right, no takers so far. Doug will probably raise from the hijack here. He does. J-Win not gonna get crazy and frisky with the 7 Dewey. Shlomi here with a couple of 5s. How does he want to play this? All in, he says. And King Jack for Robert. Nah, he doesn't want to play for 450.
I nearly did. I was literally, I was like,
He'll
The way y'all
get out of
folded
the way.
previously, I was like, fuck, you know
And this
what?
folds back to Doug. He may just sort of side call this off. Sign for fold.
Flip it over, Mr. Etiquette.
No, he's going to make the call.
Tell him, Kevin.
I play golf.
So pretty close split of the equities here.
Oh, fuck.
Pocket 5s are going to get flopped into the basement. Doug here reaches out and grabs his money back immediately. Oh, there's still 2 cards to come there, dude. There's some 5s in the deck. Maybe a running 4 deuce, but Doug feeling good about his flopped top pair. And continuing to stack his chips very close to his
No, I
neighbor.
would, well,
Suit open, live stream.
I wouldn't have folded it, but I
And that's
probably
going to do it for Shlomi. Good game
would've
for playing. Tough sledding out there. Shlomi did get taken down and fell.
You enhanced it. You enhanced it.
Hand 83. Going to be playing 8-handed here at least for a moment. Seat open. you're around the Austin area, you want to get in the action. Live stream will run for another, I guess at this point, probably just another 15, 20 minutes, something like that. Or maybe not even that. 10, 15 minutes. Then this game will probably continue after the live stream. Of course, the broadcast will go until 9 p.m. With a 15-minute delay. You stop recording at about 9:45, so it's in 10 minutes or so. But yeah, this game usually will run for some time afterwards. It depends on the will of the players, of course. All right, SL here has raised things up to 100. And we... oh my god. This is definitely the problem with having your chips all super close to your neighbor, is that, yeah, you just knock your chips into his stack, and do we know whose chips were whose? Yeah, that's sort of obnoxious, actually. If somebody knocked their chips into my stack and then just started grabbing a bunch of chips, like, I wouldn't love that. Yeah, the hand gesture pretty clearly indicating this isn't great. What the hell is that? Doug is going to move his chips over to the other side. Well, I guess you just you learn the hard way. He moves it back. Okay, well, I guess this is Doug just, I don't know, reallocating the real estate for a moment. Oh, wait, yep, he's about to move the chips back. Doug is quite the guy. Alright, so at least for a moment. I mean, but yeah, now he's just got the chips all up in the middle of his shit. Like, that's just weird. I mean, that's just an unenjoyable situation for him, of course. But
You can feed the turtles though, so they have the turtles out back.
it's definitely not his first game, Dave. It's Doug being Doug. He's kind of a goofy guy. He likes what he likes, and he's
I can kick you out at any time.
all right, so a raise to 75. We got a handful of callers. It looks to me like we're going 3 ways to a flop. Paired board multi-way. Yeah, Jalen is just going to check here. Picks up a pair of 3s on the turn, improving to the best hand.
Yeah, that was my stuff I had.
SL. Gonna take a stab at this, bets 100. Gets called by both opponents, and yeah, you don't really love to see that if you're SL. Although the 5 of hearts doesn't really change much. It's kind of tough for someone to have a good hand here. He isn't going to continue the story, though. He checks. Jaywin will check behind, show down the 3, and shift the pot.
You have a place of honor at every table, Sam.
Where do you stay in Dallas?
I have a little place in uptown. That's not fancy.
I don't know. It depends if he has a roommate. Maybe he's not fancy.
I will say that there are some people that like to wear the mask, particularly at the poker table, because it gives them an opportunity or a way of sort of like hiding facial expression, right? So I think that there's a good number of the poker players that I have seen that are doing that. You know, everybody's certainly
Doug doesn't pretend to be smart.
free to do as they choose.
He's a non-cookie
Doug's chips
sharer.
are migrating back over to the right side. They're a little bit more
So he can't share.
short stacked. They're not the big tall stacks that could be easily knocked over. But they have migrated back over next to their neighbor.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet. I'm kind of a jazz fan by association. Not physical though. No.
So you know how he
All right, $50 straddle is on.
I like the jazz, but I pull for all the Bama players. I like him a lot. I can't think of anybody else on this jazz, but.
SL here facing limps. Let's see how he responds. He's just going to call as well. There are definitely better hands to squeeze, like pocket sevens. One of those hands where you can take it multi-way and just sort of shut it down if you don't flop a set or some sort of like 4 to a straight, and be fine with it. Whereas if you squeeze and get called, like now you just got a loaded pot, you're probably not going to connect. So yeah, it's perfectly fine to just get in onto the limping action with the 7. Saban here going to bet 50 with a couple of backdoors, one overcard. Robert top. Yeah, he's going to snap raise this up, and that'll just take it down. Holly here, yeah, the smile gives you away. Yeah, I mean, you know, some people are going to have some tells, and covering those up is certainly one way to do it. I mean, some people will wear a hoodie and pull up the hood to try to cover their neck veins and stuff. If you know, when they're bluffing, they really start to get the pulse pounding, things like that. You know, people have been using these sorts of techniques to cover up tells forever, and now there's just another way to do that. So it is what it is. People can do what they want. Robert pocket kings doesn't raise because he doesn't raise any hands free. He just calls. Whole bunch of napkins out there. God, if you're Saban, do you even complete with the 9 triz? I don't know. It sucks, but he does. Jaywin actually has a real hand. Jack 10 suited, facing a couple of limpers, but he isn't going to step in it. He's just going to check and take a flop. The diamonds out there for Jay. He's going to keep checking. And Robert will hammer this for 250. Massive overbet here, 165. Now a bet of 250, and Jaywin is going to be like, oh, well, okay. Let's improve to a flush here real quick and get some money. That is a king of diamonds. The spiciest card in the deck comes off. Top set for Robert, flush for Jaywin. And it's a bet of 400, and Jay is going to look at his hand and be like, oh, okay. This is where we want to be. Both players quite deep. Jaywin still just going to check call here. I think this is smart. Board does not pair on the end. Jaywin with the best hand checks it over. Robert will fire another bet. 700 with the top set. Jaywin will win with the flush. Wow. Robert will show the set of kings in another cooler situation. Working out well for Jaywin here. Robert sort of doing the damage to himself, though. Continuing to bet once the flush comes in, but yeah, I mean, top set, pretty strong hand. But another good one there for Jaywin, moves him up over 2K in the black. Doug at the top of the leaderboard, 3.2. 9:45, so 15 minutes left. Jeff asking, did he lose value? I mean, certainly you could say that, but we know what they had. I mean, so a jack-high flush is a very good hand, and the solver is going to want to raise its best flushes to try to get max value. The jack-high flush probably counting once, especially when the king is out there, so there's only the ace and the queen-high flush that are better. But we also have to realize we're out of position. We're up against an opponent that is willing to bet multiple streets for large sizes, and raising could have just shut the thing down on the turn. I mean, who knows, right? I mean, we can see the cards, and we know that from the way Robert has been playing, that he was almost certainly not going anywhere had he been raised on the turn. And certainly when you still have a draw to a full house, you're not going anywhere. Jaywin is going to win another one here with a pair of 9s on the turn. Checking all the way down after the 3-bet, or the squeeze pre, and Robert calling. Jeff says, well, why not check raise river? Well, I mean, you certainly can. I mean, I don't think this is a spot where it's just a super slam dunk one way or the other. If you wanted to check raise river, I think that would be perfectly reasonable, especially given the size, right? When Robert bets 700 there on the end after over-betting flop and then down-betting turn, like it kind of feels like it's a hand kind of like what he has, a 2-pair or a set. Kind of feels that way. So you could definitely consider going for value there. But simultaneous to that, if you don't have a real good read, or you're not convinced that Robert would only bet his best hands for a larger size or whatever, like, you know, you don't have the nuts, and you could value own yourself. I mean, imagine that you check raise the 700 to like 2K, and he just stuffs it all in. I mean, at that point, there's enough money already in the middle and everything that you're going to call it off, but you're not going to love it. And sometimes your opponent isn't going to have pocket kings there. Sometimes they're going to have a better flush. But I definitely think, I mean, your instincts are in the right place. You got a good hand, you should go for value. Get as many chips in the middle as you can. Just also pretty reasonable, I think, to go for the check call. All right, top 2 pair here for Robert. Caitlin just has a gut shot, so she'll dip out to the large flop bet from Robert. He'll take it down. I mean, one thing that I would say, though, in response to your question, Jeff, is if you aren't ever check raising, and even just raising in general, with your like third nut type hands, similar type situations, then you probably are missing out on value, or you certainly are missing out on value. Like I would say that the sign of a good poker player is pushing the boundaries of what value bets look and feel like. The best players are able to recognize the spots where they can get paid by a worse hand in situations that, like, the vast majority of poker players are just never going to identify or be able to correctly pull the trigger in those spots. So the more that you think about it, the more that you question these spots rather than just like auto checking or just calling or whatever, and these spots where it just feels like, oh, I would never raise, like I would know, like he might have the nuts or he might have this or that or whatever, right? Like there's so many different ways that you can convince yourself that there's something that you should just always do. But the more you think about it, you come up with scenarios where you can be creative and get paid a little bit extra money. Robert here is going to improve the best hand on the turn. And now he's got a pair to go with his flush draw. SL checking back after betting the flop. And yeah, I think you just kind of want to show down the sixes here. You do block the straight and everything, but turning sixes into a bluff here after your opponent is just checking feels a little bit weird. Maybe he'll fold an 8 or a 7 if you bet 200 here. We'll find out. Robert looking at his hand. Robert, though, does not like to fold. And yeah, this is going to be a little bit of an ownage type situation, betting the sixes when you didn't have to. I wouldn't call it a value own. I think he was bluffing. Like, I think he knew that sixes were probably no good. But 200, they're not going to get the job done. But yeah, so anyways, just to finish that thought, it's like if you can identify just a few more spots, whether it's just going for value a few pips more, or you know, like with your top pairs or something like that, or spots where like the flush completes but you still have a set, and then you just like always find yourself checking instead of continuing to bet for value. You know, things like that. There are spots where you can get more money by being a little bit more aggressive. So just always be looking for those and trying to develop your game. Welcome in, Ragnar. Yeah, there has been a lot of limping and a couple of coolers. Jwin has been on the winning end of a couple of those already. Here we go, multi-way action once again. 4 players going to find their way to a flop. King, king, queen. Top trips here for Kevin. A couple of gutter balls for Jwin and Doug. Sabin rounding things out with a naked 9 high and no backdoor equity. He is dead. Check, check, check. Over to Jwin. This feels like a spot that you want to bet and get your 4 ways. Kind of a scary prospect of betting into this field. Jwin does bet 75. Small continuation here. Reasonable if he had ace, king, king, queen, king, jack even, something like that. He's going to want to bet small. Doug here lining up a check raise and then folds. Takes a quick peek over, just kind of trying to size up his opponent. Down to heads up here between Kevin and Jwin. No jack on the turn. Kevin here with a standard check in flow. Jwin will check back. 3 diamonds now on the end. And yeah, the problem for Kevin is that now when he leads this river, not only is his opponent just going to be incapable of calling, but it just looks really strong. Even if Jwin had like ace queen or queen jack or something, right? He's just going to look at this and be like, really? What do I beat? Goes for what looks like 3/4 here. 300 and change. Yeah, 310. 3/4 pot. Jay will let it go.
Never be too careful. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate those kind words, and glad that you guys appreciate what I have to say. Always happy to give you guys my thoughts, and I hope that yeah, that it's beneficial to somebody for sure. All right, player first to raise. Robert still at 0%. our most active player here, SL, and Jay Wynn, our newest player. Of course, that can just be a consequence of low statistics. All right, Saban here, ace king, gonna raise this up to 100. Robert's like, wait, how much is it? I have a 3 and a 2, and they look the same. I want in. Ooh, and Kevin now ace king of his own. A little bit of fireworks incoming here, as we do have Kevin's stack updated to what I think is roughly correct.
I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just, because he kept losing early on, so I think he was just adding chips and not telling anybody yet. So here comes the 3-bet from Kevin, makes it 400 to go. And Preston has queens. Okay, last hand of the night, going to be hand number 97. I mean, this looks really strong, but I think if you're Preston, you just got to go with it, and he does. He stuffs it. Now the real question is, what does Saban do? As the action is reopened for him, he made it 100, so as soon as the first raise went in, he is able to re-raise. Kevin, on the other hand, will not be able to re-raise. So Saban can just call if he wants to ensure that Kevin can only call behind him. Of course, Robert's still in the mix as well, but certainly the more standard play here is to try to isolate against Preston so that you can just try to win a flip or even have a hand in a dominated position. Preston is going to raise, Saban is going to raise, makes it 3K. And now Kevin has to decide if he wants to call off, because this is for all of his chips. And this is a very strong line. This is an open to 100. He's 3-bet. Now there's a cold 4-bet jam. And now an effective rejam. 5 bets pre here. I mean, if you're Kevin, you really don't love the fact that you only have ace king. I mean, I think a lot of people are just, you know, sort of like shrugging and being like, oh, I mean, okay, I guess we just put this money in and see what happens. But I mean, this also just feels like you're probably up against queens at least. And then somebody could be blocking your outs, right? I mean, there's 3 players potentially all in here. People like to have aces and kings in their hands, right? So, I mean, it's kind of a tough spot here. I honestly wouldn't fault Kevin for just letting this go. I mean, we can see that he's very likely just going to chop up the side pot with Saban. And if they could find one of the few remaining aces or kings in the deck on the run out, you know, they could chop up his money. But
Floor, live stream.
has someone called clock on him? I don't know if that's the case, but we're getting the floor called. Ragnar here asking if I've eaten at Fonda San Miguel. I don't think I have. All right, Kevin is going to fold. He is going to 3-bet fold the ace king. And now Saban is going to go up against Preston, heads up. Ace king versus queens. And if the run out is clean for the queens, then we're going to go twice. All right, so far so good for the queens, and that is going to be the first run out. Good. But yeah, I mean, Kevin is going to see that he at least saved himself like the $700. Set of queens now here. Saban needs a jack on the end or a diamond. It doesn't pair the board. Doesn't happen, and Preston is going to win both runouts and scoop the main pot for a double up plus the danglers, the change from the other players. And Kevin there making what some players would consider sort of a tight fold, saves himself $700.
I said you'll find out.
And also a pretty understandable fold. I mean, you don't see 5-bet jams for 3K. It just like every day. People usually have top of range. There's no more bluffing going on, right? It's like, all right, maybe these guys have like jacks and now queens, and like that would be like my dream scenario, right? Is if Preston just like stuffs it in there with jacks, and Saban is like, I just have to ISO with the queens. I put you all in, and then you've got ace king, right? Like that's your best scenario. So anything other than that, it starts to look pretty bleak for calling off ace king. Pretty reasonable fold there, I dare say.
Shit, I know.
All right, so Saban fresh off the double up of his opponent down the way. Raise it up with a couple of sailboats here. Robert, the only caller, Jack 6 offsuit on the button. We've seen Robert play some pretty wild hands, but Jack 6 off is one of the more speculative ones. Not even suited. Betting a call here, and Robert is going to make Broadway on the turn. Saban now down betting to $50, and Robert with the flop flush out there is going to just sprinkle black chips all over the table. Raises it to some indecipherable number, 1,200 or something, 1,300. It's a massive bet here, punishing the small bet from Saban. And takes it down. One of those spots where it's like, yeah, like you probably just have the best hand, and actually you put another jack in just like a terrible spot if they happen to have one. But you don't have a club, so it's not like you could even like redraw into a flush, and you don't block them from having a flush. So like if you, I mean, obviously if you had the jack of clubs, it's like a way better massive overbet, because like you could just push them off of a chop like every time, and if they somehow did flop like a small flush or middling flush, like you've just got to redraw. But yeah, ballsy move, and the foot on the gas pedal is how Robert rolls, and it really works for him a lot of the time. Seven deuce suited here for Robert on this one.
I will check against Mr. Robert.
Saban will make the call. Or sorry, he was in the straddle for 100, so he'll check actually. And we're gonna go heads up to an ace high flop here. Neither player connecting. Checky, checky. 5 of clubs now. There's clubs out there, but Robert's still not betting, and he is gonna back into the 7 deuce flush. And now bets, yeah, 275, and Saban's like, it's cool, man, you win. Robert is a savage. Love it.
We actually, there's a game that runs here on Wednesday.
No limit, high low.
No, we play 7.
All right, a couple more hands for you. We are going to finish with a PLO bomb pot.
There's a single draw variant and a triple draw variant.
Look one last time here, or another time, at the V-pips. Caitlin has climbed up over the Lottie line.
But fancy people call it.
Nobody else calls it common. It's the Dallas.
I've heard people say that, but it's stupid because you play it and you're like,
Don't break my leg. Don't break my leg.
All right, got some limping, and Saban very likely just checking his option. It does, and here we go. 5 players, 2 flop. Saban here, gonna donk lead for 100, and I guess it's not really a donk when everybody limps. So yeah, he's just gonna win. One of those spots where it's just like, I don't know, a bunch of people limped in and it comes deuce, deuce 4. Like how many deuces are out there? Probably I'm the guy with the deuces from the straddle. So take a little stab at this and take it down.
bomb pot after that?
To celebrate.
much am I, 25?
So it's the end of the swing.
Okay, let's go.
Only half the table survived.
All right, this is going to be our last hand of Hold'em.
What here? Okay.
Caitlin putting the $50 straddle on.
Yo, it's called the Blake hand.
Were you here?
No, I was one of my locker.
The bottom of the deck heavily represented
one?
here.
The
Our final
one where you got stuck and I took you.
hand of 2 cards. Holds to Doug in the small blind.
That's why homeboy booked his win.
And he doesn't even want to limp this. He's just like, no.
No,
Probably Jwin or somebody's going to squeeze this. In fact, it's going to be Sabin with the 4-tray offsuit.
He plays every
Jwin,
day,
the
so
9
it's not
triz.
like,
He plays like
Not a
40
believer.
hours a week.
yeah, he's
But Robert is going nowhere, and yeah, this is the problem with squeezing really crappy hands, is that the dude that calls everything is going to call you.
I wouldn't say that.
And you're going to have to play post-flop with trash. Does have a pretty good flop for his range, but Robert just has a bunch of draws. Backdoor straight, front door flush draw, whatever. Doesn't get there. And Sabin with 4 high is going to have to bluff at this to win, and Robert is going to fold 7 high. I mean, there's obviously nothing he can do here. And so Sabin will win this anyways.
Mr. Roberts.
He's going to show it to his neighbor and be like, oh, yeah, I just got this one through. All right, so looking there at the earnings, Doug will finish the 2-card session up 3.1K. Jwin up 2,500. Caitlin up 1.6. Sabin up 150. And we'll do one final $25. No, $100. 50? It went. Oh, it goes back to 25. Somebody vetoes the. All right, the $100 PLO bomb pot has been vetoed.
I vetoed it.
And we're gonna do this at $25.
That cheap bastard's up $2,000. He can play a $100 bomb pot.
I gotta lock it up.
I'm surprised. You always push for
Doug
Yeah.
being
To a certain limit.
Probably stalked it. That's why.
To a certain limit.
you love it.
On Daisy Dion was trading his hand.
Three streets value with misread hand.
So one final shot at glory here for these players. Get all these cards scanned in, a couple of flops thrown down, 200 in the middle. And looks like we've got a blind check here from Sabin. Jwin with a couple of clubs in hand and 4 clubs out there distributed between those 2 boards. Preston is going to bet with the flopped 6 high straight on bottom. Well, 1 pair on top.
He'll get a setup, so it'll, rather than the big cards by these cards, we'll play with regular cards.
Back over to Jwin here with the double flush draw and a pair of queens on top to go with it. Pretty good hand, all things considered. One of those spots where I think I'm just calling. I mean, I think there's maybe some merit to raising, just because it's like my hand has a lot of ways to improve. But like, if I go all the way down to the river and just end with a pair of queens on top, like I'm probably not going to beat all these people. Does elect to just call. 1 club comes in on the bottom board, improving Jwin to queen high flush. Kevin here with the naked ace of clubs. Some potential bluffing opportunities as he now has a wheel on bottom. Robert here is going to go ahead and bet 500 though. This is ambitious. So Robert making the 6 high straight and nothing on top. This is not recommended. Don't try this at home. Over to Kevin now, who just has a wheel and that nut blocker. You don't see people go for the dry guy very often in these big multi-way bomb pots. I've tried it 1 time. No, maybe twice. And I think it failed spectacularly both times because people were just like sticky and didn't give a shit. They're like, yeah, I don't know, I got the queen high flush. What do you got over there? I'm like, what the fuck, man? You're supposed to fold. But they didn't. And yeah, so anyways, Kevin sort of agrees with that concept. Does get out of the way. J-Win here with the queen high flush
Why would I fold a better hand
and
to
the
you?
top pair.
Probably had pocket nines, pocket jacks.
Doesn't love it. Shaking his
I'm not
head.
folding pocket jacks.
Shaking his head. I think he's going to give this to Robert, who is in there with absolute nonsense. And he's going to win. Robert just blasting away with this hand. And he drags the pot. This is absolutely amazing. Robert is an absolute legend. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. Final hand of the evening goes off in
Set up live stream.
pretty fantastic fashion. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. For myself, your host, Aaron McAvoy. For the rest of the staff here at TCH Austin, I want to thank you guys and wish you all a good night. We'll see you next time. We got Thanksgiving coming up next week, so I presume that we'll not be on the air, but I hope you guys all enjoy yourselves. Hang out with your family. Give somebody a hug you haven't seen in a long time, whatever. Just be safe out there. We'll see you next time. Take care, everybody. Good night.